usual, but with my great pleasure, let me start with some thanking, as usual. And first of all, I want to thank everybody, all of you, communication sciences courses. Welcome for you. And also, many thanks for being here to all the representatives from the partner organizations whom we will know better in the course of the conference. And thank also to the general public who is following us both here in presence, but also online through the YouTube streaming, live streaming that we're having, and also through the Teams channel, our university Teams channel that we have prepared for this conference. And also, I wanted to thank in particular il Centro per lo Sviluppo Creativo Danilo Dolci, who has led the whole project, splendidly led the whole project during these 2 years and a half, and in particular Antonella Alessi and Alberto Biondo for organizing with us this conference. It has been very demanding, and yet it is, as always is the case, then it is always rewarding because it's the final step of a long process. And I also want to thank my colleagues, Marilena Macaluso, who is following us from home. Ciao Marilena. And also Marianna Siino and Francesca Rizzuto, who are following the conference from here. And thanks, of course, to our institutional authorities, starting from our rector, Massimo Midiri, who unfortunately cannot make it to come, although we had confirmed his presence a while ago, but a sudden commitment prevented him from being here. So I do apologize for him for not being here. And, but I want now to give the word and thanks Professor Michele Cometa, who is the Dean of the Department of Culture, Cultura e Società, Cultures and Societies. He is connected online through our Teams channel. Professor Cometa, are you there? Yes?
Sì, I am here.
Thanks, Professor. We would like to have a few words from you. Thanks.
Can I speak Italian or I have to speak English?
It can be in Italian. Può anche essere in
Okay.
italiano, Michele.
Okay. Just to say something more. Bene, ovviamente sono molto felice, mi dispiace non essere proprio lì, ma seguirò da qui l'incontro, perché questo è il classico incontro, potrei dire, che dà senso al nostro lavoro. Quando dico nostro lavoro intendo sia il lavoro del Dipartimento, che non a caso si chiama Cultura e Società, e mi pare che questo sia un esempio fin troppo evidente di una interazione fra una riflessione culturale e un impegno anche sociale dei colleghi che hanno messo insieme questo progetto, ma lo dico anche da docente di scienza della comunicazione, anche semplicemente per il nostro corso, per i nostri corsi di laurea, qui rappresentati oggi vedo dal collega Dario Mangano, e questo tipo di convegno davvero dà il senso del nostro lavoro, e dirò i motivi, che sono tanti. Il primo, vabbè, è sottinteso già forse nel vostro titolo, e cioè il fatto che riusciamo a riflettere con una certa urgenza su una questione sociale davvero centrale. L'hate speech è certamente una delle grandi questioni che dovremo affrontare e che determina lo sviluppo delle democrazie, sempre che ne rimangano di democrazie, diciamo, visto il clima non certo favorevole per lo sviluppo di democrazie. E basta anche un semplice osservatore si rende conto del livello di aggressività davvero spropositato che leggiamo quotidianamente anche nel più insignificante degli organi di stampa o di comunicazione. Un livello di aggressività che va compreso perché in gioco c'è davvero la possibilità di una coesistenza civile in un paese che deve rimanere democratico. Dunque sul tema diciamo, sociale credo di non dover aggiungere nulla, ma e peraltro lo farete sicuramente voi, diciamo, durante i vostri lavori, ma ci sono gli aspetti, ecco, chiamiamoli così, culturali, ovviamente non li distinguo dai primi, che questo convegno ci dimostra come in fondo andiamo alle nostre radici, e quando dico nostre questa volta intendo le scienze della comunicazione, per un duplice motivo. Vedo qui la presenza e la collaborazione del Centro per lo Sviluppo Creativo Danilo Dolci. Inutile dire che per chiunque si occupi di cultura o in una prospettiva come quella di chi vi parla, di studi culturali, Danilo Dolci è rappresentato in Italia uno dei, diciamo, dei monumenti degli studi culturali, anche nel senso anglosassone del termine, dei cultural studies, uno dei monumenti, peraltro a noi molto, diciamo, vicino. Quando dico studi culturali dico cercare di comprendere la società per trasformarla e questo è quello che ha fatto Danilo Dolci. Il fatto che ci sia qui il collega amico Dolci ci onora da un lato e ci ricorda che si può parlare di cultura, ma si può parlare di cultura ai bambini, si può parlare di creatività, ma si può parlare di creatività nell'educazione e ovviamente si può parlare di lotte per l'emancipazione, come appunto Danilo Dolci ci ha insegnato. Ecco, credo che sul fronte, diciamo, che ho chiamato culturale, abbiamo ancora moltissimo da imparare dall'esperienza di Danilo Dolci e di quelli che, come a cominciare da amico Dolci, portano avanti quel tipo di messaggio. Non parliamo poi dell'altro versante. Non ci sarebbero le scienze della comunicazione se non ci fosse stato un signore che si chiamava McLuhan. E il fatto che noi abbiamo qui l'onore di avere Derek de Kerchove, che magari gli sembrerà un po' stretta questa definizione dell'allievo di McLuhan, ma sicuramente è stato uno che è riuscito a portare McLuhan nel XXI secolo, ben oltre le cose che lo stesso McLuhan ci ha insegnato, ma una cosa è sicuramente indiscutibile. Le scienze della comunicazione così come le conosciamo e così come le pratichiamo nel nostro piccolo si parva licet, se posso dire, a Palermo, stanno tutte nel segno di una riflessione che si muove da McLuhan, il quale, tra parentesi, è molto, molto di più che un ispiratore delle scienze della comunicazione. Penso che abbiamo ancora molto da studiare nelle pieghe dei suoi scritti e anche nelle pieghe delle cose che ci ha lasciato, il modo di lavorare, per esempio la metodologia che usava nella costruzione dei suoi testi e poi naturalmente, ovviamente, il fatto che oggi noi sappiamo che i temi sollevati da McLuhan ricevono un upgrade notevole grazie per esempio alle scienze cognitive. L'idea, tra virgolette, originaria dei media come estensioni è oggi al centro, come sapete, della riflessione delle scienze cognitive come estensioni non solo fisiche ma soprattutto come estensioni della mente. E mi fermo qui perché appunto non posso che soltanto compiacermi della presenza del collega De Kerchove, che ci permetterà di ricordare, ecco, queste nostre radici. Insomma, ci sono molti motivi per i quali appunto un convegno come questo, io ringrazio ovviamente Gianna, soprattutto Antonella Alessi per avere portato a compimento questa missione e poi tutti i colleghi coinvolti. Penso che possiamo ragionevolmente dire, al di là, diciamo, dei risultati che certamente ci saranno e delle riflessioni che farete appunto sul tema del hate speech e delle fake news e di tutto quello che gira attorno, diciamo, a questa enorme, per non dire fondamentale problema della contemporaneità. E dico, al di là di questo, credo che facciamo un'operazione che ci permette di capire da dove veniamo e dove stiamo andando, perché è inutile dire che anche ciò che ci hanno insegnato Danilo Dolci da un lato, Marshall McLuhan dall'altro, è un compito per il futuro, non è semplicemente appunto ricerca genealogica per le scienze della comunicazione. Quindi io vi ringrazio ovviamente soprattutto Gianna, che capisco è stato uno dei motori insieme ad Antonella Alessi, da quello che interpreto nel vostro programma, e ovviamente anche il professore Mangano, che non poteva fare mancare la sua, diciamo, presenza, perché un po' diciamo, è la sintesi di tutto quello che noi siamo, diciamo, a scienze della comunicazione. Grazie, buon lavoro, ascolterò quello che sarà possibile ascoltare, e mi dispiace proprio tanto, diciamolo chiaramente, non essere lì con voi.
Grazie. Thanks to Professor Cometa for this introduction and for his greetings. I now want to give the word to Dario Mangano. Dario Mangano is the president of all of our communication sciences degrees, and he's also been actively engaged in the project, within the project. He's been working with us for the capacity building that we had, about which we will talk about later. And so, Dario, please, the word to you.
Thank you, Gianna. Thank you to all of you for being here. Thank to our partners, of course, of the Comic Project, and of course to our special guest, Professor De Kerchove. As the coordinator of communication programs of the University of Palermo, but also as a professor of semiotics, and a long time ago, unfortunately, as a student in communication. I have a degree in communication. I'm probably one of the first coordinator who has a degree in communication that coordinates the programs in communication. I'm very happy to be here. I'm happy because I think that the time has come to change the way studies in communication are perceived. For a long time, we all have been thinking that there were, on one side, the professionals of communication, journalists, advertisers, even politicians, and on the other, those who didn't need to know anything about how communication works. If we were able to speak, why should we read Professor De Kerchove books? No? This project is the demonstration that we cannot afford anymore to think this way. Not only we need to read Professor De Kerchove books and the books of all the people that are here, but we need to study communication from a very early age. We, as a society, need to have communication experts at elementary school. This is the point. This is a very important point for me. I'm not saying teachers that eventually deal with communication issues. I'm saying people seriously trained in communication studies. 30 years have passed since foundation of communication degrees in Italy. 30 years. Here in University of Palermo, we have 4 different programs in communication, 2 first-level degree, what we call laurea, and 2 master's degree, what we call laurea magistrale. Some of our students are here. The point is what we need to do, what we have to do in the next 30 years. I think we should make possible for our students not only to work as professional communicators, journalists or advertiser or things like that, but also as a teacher, starting from elementary school. Putting communication studies into all the degrees, all different degrees of schools and learning institutions. I think if we don't do that, our sons will pay a price. And I think we are here to know how expensive it will be doing nothing in this way. This is exactly what we are going to address today, the price of thinking that communication is something for some other people, some experts, some professionals, and not for everyone and everybody. This is my point. Thank you to all of you. I wish you a great staying here in Palermo, and che tutto abbia inizio, that everything starts.
Thanks, Dario. Thanks a lot. And now the floor goes to Amico Dolci, president of the Centro per lo Sviluppo Creativo Danilo Dolci, who has been the leading party of the Comic Project. Please, Amico.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Perdona.
Funzionava. Molto bene. Allora, buongiorno, grazie a tutti. Preferisco parlare in italiano. Con la mamma parlavo in siciliano, con papà in italiano, poi con tutto il mondo ho dovuto imparare, ricordo già nei primi corsi internazionali che facevamo, era un ottimo esercizio per noi e per gli altri. Ma oggi i tempi sono cambiati, abbiamo molte più opportunità. E chi conosce papà, e ringrazio il professor Cometa, Dario Mangano, naturalmente per il loro riferimento a questa figura, a tutto il complesso di lavoro che nei quasi 50 anni di Danilo in Sicilia è venuto fuori. E le parole sono importanti, le parole per papà erano importanti già quando aveva 10-11 anni, aveva capito che quello che faceva a scuola era un po' tutto rimasticato, lui desiderava scoprire, quindi fra i 10-11 anni e i 18 ha letto tantissimo, i libri sono importanti, sono stati citati. E le parole sono importanti per capire, per capirsi se stesso, appunto attingendo all'origine delle parole, per capirsi con gli altri, capire gli altri, e anche nel tempo. Migliaia di anni ci separano all'indietro, speriamo che migliaia ci uniscano al futuro della nostra umanità e dare un senso a tutta questa avventura. Narrazioni alternative. Papà ne ha proposte negli anni, inizio anni 50, metà anni 50 e poi da allora in poi. Un titolo emblematico di papà è Racconti siciliani, che sono veramente delle biografie in prima persona di contadini, pastori, gente semplicissima a cui papà prestava la sua mano, la sua penna e ha avviato questa consapevolezza, questa comunicazione anche con noi anni più tardi. Ma Racconti siciliani, è bene ricordarlo, non è un libro di appunto racconti o biografie, è una selezione suggerita da Italo Calvino a papà, in cui i materiali dei saggi, delle inchieste che si andavano facendo in quegli anni, 54-55, banditi a Partinico e in particolare inchiesta a Palermo, oltre ai dati impressionanti, molto scientificamente fondati, interviste alla popolazione, nei quartieri, c'erano appunto questi flash, queste biografie di giovanissimi, di persone adulte in difficoltà soprattutto, e in particolare in Chiesa a Palermo papà e l'editore hanno avuto un processo per oscenità. È uno dei nostri temi, ma l'oscenità, considerava papà, consisteva nei fatti raccontati, nella realtà, non in quello che uno si inventava di dire giusto per disturbare il prossimo. Faceva parte di tutto questa autoanalisi popolare, che poi è diventata nei decenni sempre più affinata e sperimentata in grandissima parte del mondo, da autoanalisi popolare alla maieutica reciproca, che riguarda anche i bambini, con l'idea che la ricerca della verità, se fatta con più occhi, con l'ascolto con più orecchie, si sente, si vede, si capisce meglio. Importante è anche imparare a comunicare. I bambini comunicano anche senza parole, gesti, lo sappiamo, lo sapete tutti, ma queste occasioni sono importanti per fare il punto della situazione, mettere in condivisione tutto ciò che si è imparato e andare oltre. Io vi ringrazio per quello che avete fatto, che state facendo, farete. Auguro a tutti, giovani o più giovani, di trovare anche tantissima gioia in questa risposta a una nostra necessità.
Grazie. Thanks to all of our, grazie amico. Thanks again to all of our institutional authorities for this opening of the conference. Now let's go into the conference. And I want to start with the title of the project. As we said, the project's name is COMIT, which is an acronym for Communication Campaigns Against Extremism and Radicalisation. And COMIT is a project funded by the Directorate General for Migration and Home Affairs through the Internal Security Fund, and within the program, Civil Society Empowerment. We will present today the project, of course, and also the results of the project, the activities that we have been carrying out in 2 years and a half, and in particular the communication campaigns, which are the core, so to speak, of the project. They were launched 1 year ago, and are campaigns for the prevention of extremism, hate, and radicalization on the internet. Are campaigns aimed at young people and co-created with university students. Also, for as far as Italy is concerned, it was university students, UNIPA university students, who contributed to the co-creation of the campaign's content. We will, after the presentation of the project, we will give the floor to Professor De Kerkhove for his presentation. Then we will have a coffee break, and then we will have a round table, and the coffee break is downstairs, first floor basement. And then we will have a round table where we will go into more details about the project. Antonella and I, we will give you just a short presentation of the project, but in fact, we will go into the project during the round table. And then after that, we will have lunch. And after lunch, as my students know already, we will have to move to the campus, to Viale delle Scienze, in our building, communication building, and we will have the workshop led, all together we will have the workshop led by Professor De Kerkhove again. The project, as I said, is led by the Centro per lo Sviluppo Creativo Danilo Dolci, who is a non-profit organization based here in Palermo. And the project manager was Antonella Alessi, and also the coordinator of the European Department of the Centro Danilo Dolci, Alberto Biondo. Other partners, the partners of the project, as you can see, are we seeing the slide? No, okay. The partners of the project are UNIPA, the University of Palermo, but also Die Berate, Felix is here, Die Berate, who is an Austria leading company in consulting and training, and also KMOP, which is a Greek NGO that works to support the vulnerable social categories. And then we have a TextGain, who is a linguistic technology company, a spin-off company of the University of Antwerp, working in the field of artificial intelligence tools applied to the linguistic analysis of social media. And then we have Radio Benevolencia, a Dutch NGO with great experience in the field of edutainment. The project structure, the project structure, as you can see from the slide. Okay. Okay. Just go back a little bit to the main objective. As you can read from the slide, the main objective of the project was to prevent violent extremism, and the target group, the main target group, were youth aged 15, 18 till 25. And the idea was to give them, to equip them with the skills, the critical skills needed to understand, first of all, but then develop and co-develop alternative narratives for promoting democratic values, tolerance, cooperation against then violent extremism and radicalization, fake news, populist propaganda, and so on. These are the basic themes, thematic area that we have been working during the project. And the project structure, as you can see, these are the target group, young people, and also university students, media professionals, journalists, and key stakeholders, because the idea of the project is that we need also to work with people that are on one end of the communication project, also, those professionals that are supposed to, work within the communication field as a profession. And then, of course, other important target groups are civil society organization and other stakeholders. An important part of the project structure was a whole series of programs and a whole series of activities related with capacity building, with training, and with the development of skills and knowledge, and particular competence. So we had, and there are 3 levels here. We've been working at 3 levels. The first levels, we had a training, an internal staff training, in order to as partner organization, in order to deepen our knowledge of the field, of the themes of the project. Then we developed, and this was one of UNIPA tasks, we developed a capacity building, a training program for university students, and then also we developed a workshop with younger children, with younger people, at school level, not only then university level. And here you have then in the project structure the 3 communication campaigns. The idea was to create campaigns that will again prevent and counteract fake news, hate speech, populist propaganda on the one hand. Another thematic strand regards extremism, radicalism, and terrorism, and then on a more proactive way and sense, another important thematic strand is active by standardship and youth participation. And the whole project has adopted a transmedia approach. We've been working and used different media languages. We've been doing online activities, offline activities. Unfortunately, our offline activities were not that many as we wanted to have, as we had thought to have because of the COVID, as you might imagine. So some of our offline activities had to be done online. And the whole project has adopted, and this is, I would say, and I would stress, a quite relevant added value of our project, as throughout the whole project we have adopted a collaborative approach of co-creation among partners, among adults and young people, among professors and university students or school students, and so on. As far as the project phases, here you have the different phases of the project, and for each phase we have developed different activities of which you will learn more. I'm going here at this moment, I'm going real quickly, but throughout the conference you will have the possibility to know more about these phases. There was a research phase which was led by the university in part, and then there was the development. We also, as UNIPA, we also took care of developing the communication project that using the so-called Gamma model that was also adopted for the communication campaigns. Then, as I said, we developed a series of capacity building for internal staff, for university students, and for younger students at school level. Then the co-creation of the communication campaign, and Antonella will talk more about the communication campaign. Another important phase of the project was all the activities that we developed for the psychological support, creating a psychological support line and a series of events and co-creation work. And an important part also of the project, once again, of which we will discuss more later on, is the so-called commit declaration, but we will tell more about this later. Now I want to focus, and I'm trying to go real quick because we really need to stick on time. The research phase, the activities that were led by university. We developed a research phase that was basically that resulted into two final products, two reports, a target audience mapping report and a content analysis report. And you can find that these both of these reports can be downloaded. They are open access, as all the results and reports from European project. You can freely download them from the project website in the resources section. As far as the target audience mapping report, in order to arrive to this report, we conducted, first of all, the partnership, all of us, all the partners, we conducted a literature review about violent radicalization and extremism. Then partners conducted a national desk research in order to have a background knowledge of the national context, of the different national contexts, the Dutch context, the Greek, and the Austrian and Italian context, with regards to the risk factors and the facts and figures at national level related to the three main themes of the project that I told you about a while ago. That is hate speech and populism, right-left-wing extremism, and in Islamic extremism and terrorism. Then all partners carried out a field research carrying out in-depth interviews and focus group in order to try and map out the possible profiles of the target audience of the project and that I mentioned about, and identify through these interviews and focus groups and possibly identify their interests, values, political orientation, online behavior patterns, and so on. And each partner contributed by carrying out one focus group and 6 interviews. And that is for the target audience mapping report. Then a content analysis report has also been done, and by TextGain. And in this report, what we did with the help of TextGain was to carry out an online content analysis supported by an artificial intelligence technology tool developed by TextGain. And through this tool, we were able and by analyzing online content, we were able to try and identify the push and pull factors and the causes that may lead to radicalization. In a way, this whole research phase allowed us to lay the foundations to give us some deeper insights for the development of the communication strategy, as I said, the communication strategy that we then adopted for creating the campaign, to understand in a way the key elements of the target groups for our campaigns. Another activity that we did was, as I mentioned earlier, was the development of this training, this capacity building program with university students and civil society organization members. In all, we had 80 participants in 4 countries, again, Italy, the Netherlands, Greece, and Austria. Each capacity building involved 30 hours of training with also international seminars and co-creation workshop with students. And the topics of the training were, of course, the topic of the project. That is, once again, hate speech, populism, radicalization, and so on. And this capacity training was important, and we can go to the final slide, was important because, as I mentioned at the very beginning, in our opinion, one of the project added values is the adoption of an approach that in a way address the 2 sides of the communication spectrum. On the one hand, the senders, the creators of content, and on the other hand, the users, the target of the communication. And it was important because we involved our students in the case of UNIPA, but also the other partners have done the same in their countries. We have tried to involve communication students, that is, future professional, those professionals that tomorrow will become journalists or communicators in all possible fields in order to, you know, in their academic career, build with them an understanding, a deeper understanding of how important it is to know how you need to be aware of how communication can be, you know, developing problems like hate speech, fake news, and how these deviant, so to speak, form of communication may trigger other problems such as extremism, violent extremism, radicalization, and so on. So university students, our students from UNIPA last year were actively engaged with us in co-creating the content after this capacity building that we had with them, in co-creating the content in all different forms and formats, infographics, memes, posts, videos, interviews, and, you know, the whole spectrum of possible audiovisual media languages, co-created content with us. And that is the added value, I would say, when young people are not only seeing as someone who needs to be instructed, but also people from which we can learn from their own perspective how communication should be done and what kind of. And I have to say that after all, the insights that we have gained from our students after the training that we did with them have been really, really valuable. So the Commit campaign, as you can read in the slide, has been co-created with young people, from youth to youth in a way, to combining online activities and create a campaign on social media with training, seminars, workshop, and a whole series of events. Many online activities we have done, unfortunately, and some of them were really interesting, especially at the very beginning when we thought, oh, okay, the COVID has just started, it will soon be over. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. And we have been having as partners our international meetings basically online. We met for the first time in Athens. And this is the second time that the partnership met in presence. And of course, we've been having tons of meeting online, of course. But finally in presence, we are here in presence today, so thanks again for your presence. I finish my part of my presentation now. I give the floor to Antonella Alessi, and please, Antonella, go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Gianna. Can I call you Gianna?
Of course.
Even if there are your students here. I want to thank you, first of all, you and UNIPA for being on our side during this big adventure of our project. And all of you for being here, the partners, cooperating during these 2 years. I want to say just a few words. Let me see if I move the slide. We are having some technical problems as usual. After 2 years, we are not still used to use all these technologies. I want to say a few words about how the Commit project was born and what we are doing, who am I professionally, and the roots of this project. I'm very happy that amico Dolci, son of Danilo Dolci, is here and he said some words about Danilo Dolci. I'm Antonella Alessi. First of all, I work in Centro per lo Sviluppo Creativo Danilo Dolci, which is now a no-profit organization based here in Palermo. That was founded and was born from the work, the social work of Danilo Dolci in Sicily from the 50s. And I work in projects, initiatives, local and international trainings for the topic of nonviolence, prevention of extremism, combating hate speech and active citizenship. And in these last 2 years, I've been coordinating the Commit project together with UNIPA and all the partners that you will hear later on. And the project was born from the message of and the example of Danilo Dolci. He's a big figure. I hope that you know about him, and if you don't, please go home and look for books and information. He was a sociologist, a poet, an educator, a nonviolent activist. Indeed, he was one of the first activists of the nonviolent movement in Italy. He's known as the Italian Gandhi, in fact. And he is well known for his protests, nonviolent protests against mafia, and for the right of for work and for the rights of the weakest in Sicily. And he used all the time participatory and nonviolent methods. So what we are trying to do now, yet in our daily work, our mission, we can say, is to support the development of a society in which each member can contribute actively with our own talents, our own skills, to the empowerment of the community in which we live. So we use creative methodologies to allow this exchange between people and the possibility that everyone can contribute actively to this. So as you can see from this very brief introduction of our work, our keywords are communication, education, exchange, nonviolence, and these are actually the key topics of the Commit project. So I maybe, already Gianna has introduced a lot of the activities that we did, the structure of the project. I will go more on the results, also because in the second part of the conference, during the panel, we will have the presentation from the partners, and we will able to see different aspects from the real experience of the partners and some of the participants also to our activity. So I can tell you that the reports that Gianna mentions are available on our website, commitproject.eu, so you can download and read them, and also the capacity building that UNIPA and the other partners did with university students. The training materials are also available, so in case you were not able to participate last year, but you want to deepen these topics, you can also use these materials and read them. And I also want to mention another activities that we did as Centro Danilo Dolci, another capacity building with another target group, which is younger students in secondary school students. Here in Palermo, we involved the Liceo Benedetto Croce. We worked with a group of students from 15 to 18 years old. And we talked about, we did a lot of workshops with them, like more practical ones, more interactive ones. For the use of social media, we asked them how they use social media, if they are aware about online safety rules for using social media in a critical way. And we talked about fake news, conspiracy theories, cognitive biases, all the trends in narrative, in populistic propaganda, in order to build their resilience against these narratives. And at the end, we did also practical workshops of co-creation, as Gianna mentioned. that we did with university students for the co-creation of our campaigns, because our aim was always to involve young people for creating the message that then we want to convey to their peers, so other young people. Also, these materials that we use with young people are available will be actually available by the end of the project in our website, also in Italian, not only in English, and also in the other partner languages. So in this case, maybe someone who is connected online through YouTube, some other organizations working with young people or educators, teachers, they can take these materials, take inspiration, and replicate or do other workshops with a similar target group. So as Gianna said, these activities, all the research phase and the training phase, were activities that put the ground for the launch of the campaign, which is our actually main result that I want to show you. During the panel, you will be able to listen more about the message and also practical aspects of the creation and the management of the campaign. But I can already tell you something in general about the structure of this campaign. The campaign is called 8, A Course in 3 Lessons, and the objective is to increase the awareness on the basic triggers, psychological and social triggers that drive people to hate one another, and often are used by populistic group for inducing polarization in our society. So our objective is actually to raising awareness and for stimulating active participation and resilience of young people against this mechanism that can conduct us to hate one another. So the campaign is organized in 3 lessons that represent steps for awareness and then active participation of young people. The campaigns are on social media. We are on Facebook, we are on Instagram and TikTok. We have a common page, the Commit Europe, that has contents in English created together by the partners in a cooperative way. We worked in tandem in little groups. But we have also national pages. We have Commit Italy, Commit Netherlands, Austria, and Greece for contents in national languages. So I invite you to grab your phones now or maybe later look for our pages and follow, likes, and comments, be interactive with us. And in the second part, in the panel, you will hear from Georgia, one of your former colleagues, now graduated in communication, about this aspect of co-creation, how the experience of your colleagues was with the co-creation, also about the message behind this campaign, and also about the practical aspects of management. I can tell you a bit more about these 3 lessons. So what this means. It can be a bit tricky maybe to understand what it means. So I said that the 3 lessons represent 3 steps. So maybe later on, George, our partners, can correct me if I'm wrong, but I hope not. The first lesson is called Fear and Hate, an Intimate Relationship. So in this first part of the campaign was launched in July last year. This is still ongoing. So during the first 3-4 months, we can say, we wanted to clarify how at the basis of hate and polarization often are there are really common emotions like fear and insecurity. And especially when there are situations of crisis in our society, we see the flourishing of fake news, conspiracy theories, propaganda messages that actually are used to stimulate this fear and this insecurity between people, to generate polarization. In the second step, in the second lesson, it's called in-grouping and scapegoating, how we love our enemies. And in this case, in this campaign, in this part of the campaign that was from November, December to March, more or less, we wanted to clarify how the mechanism of in-grouping and out-grouping works. So in this situation of fears and insecurity, is normal, is human that we want to feel more secure within our group in which we can recognize ourselves, and instead we see as like other, something else, anything which is out of our group. And this dynamic of in-grouping and out-grouping often is exasperated until the identification of a scapegoat for finding like easy solution for complex problems. So it's easy to say that is the cause of our problems, and that's all basically. And instead, the third lesson it's still ongoing right now, and it's about active bystandership. So we want to live with a positive message of action, of commitment, as the project, the name of the project says, explaining how every small action counts, so that we need to, after we understand how everything works, we need to do something in our society. So we did it through many posts. I put here some pictures. You see some memes, some more explanatory posts. There are a lot of graphics created by your colleagues from last year's interview, reels. And there are other activities ongoing, but I will tell you more in the second part of the activities. There is a psychological support line available for young people who feel like vulnerable about these topics we are addressing. There is a contest, and then I will tell you more, because I really would like you to participate also in the co-creation of the campaign. And the commit declaration also, we will talk about it at the end. So I think that's all for this part.
Thank you. Thanks, Antonella. Thanks a lot. And I'm always watching the watch. Because really we need to be on time. It's a very, very intense day, so we really need to be careful. Now I think I would like to call Professor Dekerkov to come here. Yes. And I thank Professor Dekerkov for accepting quite enthusiastically to come here when I first mentioned the possibility for coming to Sicily for closing, together with our partners, for closing the conference. And it is an honor for me, and I have to say for my students. I'd say, they learn about the Toronto School on Books. They learn about the 3 generations of scholars of the Toronto School. You remember Harold Innis, Marshall McLuhan, and then Derek Dekerkov. At the University of Toronto, he directed for a long period of time the McLuhan program in culture and technology. And in Italy, he's been living for a long period in Italy, and in fact, he speaks Italian very well. And he's been teaching, he's been visiting professor for many years in several Italian universities, particularly the University of Napoli Federico II or the Politecnico di Milano, and so on. And Professor De Kerchove has undertaken in-depth research on how media may influence human perceptual reality, starting from the assumption that they can be, in fact, defined as psychotechnologies. And he also coined the concept of web hyperpertinence in relation to the degree of relevance that specific connections establish with the content they convey, on the basis of Pierre Lévy's notion of collective intelligence. In his book, Connected Intelligence, published in 1997, he theorized that this concept, connected intelligence, which will also be the methodology, the method that he will use. So he will make we will see it alive with our students, with you in the afternoon. And so he theorized this concept, connected intelligence, to highlight how the relationship between individual intelligences allowed by digital networks gives rise to a multiplicative effects of intelligences rather than the mere sum of them. And once again, we will see how this happens for real in the afternoon. Among his most successful writings, The Architecture of Intelligence, published in 2010 and immediately translated in Italian. He has extensively written in Italian, so this is a reminder for my students. You can also find his works published in Italian, for example, Brain Frames, Mente, Tecnologia, Mercato, 1993, La civilizzazione videocristiana, 1995, La pelle della cultura, un'indagine sulla nuova realtà elettronica, del 96, Transpolitica, nuovi rapporti di potere e di sapere, 2008, Il sapere digitale con Buffardi, La rete ci renderà stupidi, nel 2016, Il futuro della memoria, nel 2018, fino ad arrivare al recentissimo Oltre Orwell, il gemello digitale, del 2020, insieme a Maria Pia Rossignò. Do a questo punto la parola, se è pronto, al professor De Kerchove.
Sono più o meno pronto.
Grazie, grazie ancora. Thank you.
Buongiorno, sono più o meno pronto perché non so ancora se funziona come lo voglio, però I have to go back to English. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you also for allowing me to explore this topic of fake news, hate, violence with you. And indeed, this is what we're going to be doing from now on, exploring it together, because this part I'm showing you now is going to be mostly theoretical. My association with McLuhan goes back, 50 years, minimum. And so I have made a point of basing my presentation to McLuhan's thought. I have spent those 50 years first understanding McLuhan and then explaining McLuhan. And so, because at the beginning, nobody understood McLuhan. And it was something that, it's such a completely new way of approaching the context of our lives that people just didn't get it. And even the mediumism message was too much for most people at the university. But you will see that the quotes, I have used mostly quotes of McLuhan to describe what we're dealing with today. You will be amazed at the pertinence of these quotes, how closely they are related to our time. So what I would like to ask is, first of all, for you, or can I don't know, can I click on it? Oh. I wanted to show you, I would just have McLuhan talk to you. So click on this, click on fake news. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And can you, no, are you connected online? It should work. Click.
Oh, you see, it's working there.
Ha. All right, so you won't see it, and that's too bad, because I have I actually have three things to show you, but it's not going to work. Anyway, what it is McLuhan saying all news is fake news. And he explains that by saying that media are a distortion media are a distortion of content. When he says the medium is the message, McLuhan is saying that every medium shapes the content according to its rules and not the rules of traditional meaning. So we look at, television, or we read a paper, and we are focused on the image of television and what television is telling you. And when we read the paper, we are focused on the words. But what is really happening is something that transforms our reception of the words or the image. We are shaped, literally, our perceptions are shaped by the medium. So that's a basic thing. So obviously one of the most important things in the context of what we are discussing now is what's happening with the new medium, social media, internet, artificial intelligence. They are changing us as well as the world. And they are changing it in ways that are very beneficial and very dangerous and very disruptive. Very beneficial, like the printing press in the 17th century. Very dangerous, like the printing press during the Renaissance. The religious wars came about because of the printing press, because it allowed people to take control of language, to take control of meaning, to publish meaning, their meaning, to create divisions between the Protestants and the Catholics. The Council of Trento had no idea of what was happening. There were like tons and tons of bishops, learned men, who never realized that the fact that their learning was coming from a book and not anymore from hearing, they didn't get it. They didn't get that it would change religion profoundly. And where are we today? We are in exactly the same situation, but worse. It's global. And not only is it global, it's not the press anymore. It's something happening on your screen. It's the internet. It's social media. It is allowing everybody to express and distribute their opinion with no control, yet no control. That's the problem with fake news. There is no real control of what people are. People try, government try, but not all governments. Governments use that feature of the internet. So we are in a very dangerous, very fragile situation. The murders that we see today happening in Ukraine was the norm during the Renaissance. And what's happening today is
all
the result.
news is fake.
Huh?
It's pseudo.
Sorry, Derek, we found the video.
Oh, good.
Maybe. Sorry.
Well, play it again, Sam.
All news is fake. It's pseudo-event. It's created by the medium that is employed. There is no honest reporting on any medium. It is all fake, necessarily created by the medium in question.
Well, that's not true. Go ahead.
It has to be.
No,
You can't. Newspaper news has nothing to do with TV news.
Thank you. That's a very small excerpt, and it allows me to go back to McLuhan. But to finish my argument about this thing, we are in an extremely fragile situation, and we need to go back, literally, to understand what's going on with language, because the big victim of today's new media is language. And of course, if language is the victim, then so are we. So let's get to the first, for the outline. Are we there? No.
Yes, we are.
Next. And so I guess I do that. Okay, so this is what I wanted to say today, and it's better to hear it twice than once. First time you get the experience, second time you get the meaning. All news is fake news, you got that. We are in an epistemological crisis, and I'll tell you why. And what is an epistemological crisis? An epistemological crisis is the difficulty of reconciling reality and its description, and the change between one way of describing it and another one. Then I want to talk about you, because you are the user. The user is the content of media. McLuhan said, if the medium is the message, the content is the user, because you project yourself in it. It is the origin of echo chambers. The user is the content means echo chamber. And I'm going to reveal something which would be unpleasant to all of you, or maybe some of you. You are all living in an echo chamber. We are all living in an echo chamber, because we know what we know and nothing else. We learn what we allow our minds to learn. And we close our mind to many things that we haven't learned or that haven't got the right context, which means that what it is, we develop within ourselves the echo chamber. And the problem is, in the old days, before social media, before the internet, our echo chamber belonged to us as an internal experience. We were learning to read. What is learning to read? It's to integrate meaning and appropriate meaning, appropriating language, so that we would constitute within our own minds the content of that. And any book, any contact, any relationship was actually expanding our echo chamber. But now that it comes from outside, we are directed from outside, and not anymore from appropriating language on our own ground. So that is why now we do not have the same kind of flexibility that we would have had before, in a time when, we could make up our own mind. We're not making up our own mind anymore. That is what the problem is. Somebody else is making it for us, and is doing it all the time. So, and I'll give you proofs of that. The third thing is, a point of view can be a dangerous luxury when substituted for insight and understanding. All this is quotes by McLuhan, right? Yes, we have a point of view. And the thing is, it's okay, again, to have a point of view if it is educated, if it is informed. But people have points of view which have absolutely no ground at all. They have no control of any kind. So what happens is that people simply push virally the messages, the fake news, whatever it is, they just push it on. And then violence is the response to a weakened identity. And yes, that too is a problem that is addressing all of us. It's not just the people that you are dealing with, the distributors of hate news and so on. All of us have a weakened identity because all of us are exporting the content of our minds there and there. We are exporting our memory to our cell phone. We're exporting our intelligence to Alexa, Bixby, Cortana. Well, Cortana's dead, but all these assistants are actually taking decisions for us. And we are emptying the content that books was giving to us. I now say to a Ministry of Education, please don't abandon information on a book, on paper. It's the only place where information doesn't move. Right? Everywhere else, in speech, in thought, in images, it moves. But where you are in control is in front of a book. You decide what to look for. You decide what to take from it. But if it's coming from a screen, bingo, it's gone. So medium do matter. They matter enormously. So violence is a response to the weakened identity. And indeed, we'll be exploring that more. And so at the end, I want to say, well, what do we do about it? And which is exactly a question that I have heard and beautifully expressed by both of you and by all the other speakers. Has been a very, very instructive. So, does it move? Mm-hmm. How nice. So, all news is fake news. You've seen that thing. All newses are biased, first by the medium itself, that I have expressed, I think, very clearly, print versus TV versus social media biases. Social media biases are different from the TV and the print because the biases there are not only coming from the medium, but also from the content, which they will always do anyway, but more so today, because just as during the Renaissance it was possible to change the vision of religion, which was the most important knowledge at the time, and biasing different approaches, believing or not believing in the Pope and things like that, today biases about anything are actually distributed very quickly by social media. So it's a very thing. So what is news? Well, it's fact. The news is a fact. Interpretation included in the reporting of the fact, and emotion. Emotion is what sells. That's what's critical. The reason why, it's all money. It's power and it's money, but it's also money. Particularly from the point of view of Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, Meta, or now, what's his name, Elon Musk and Twitter, right? That sells. You sell advertising via the amount of people that look at the advertising, and if you want to have a lot of people looking at the advertising, you just tell them bad news. McLuhan said, I love this quote, it takes a lot of bad news to sell good news. Why did he say that? He said that in order to sell, you don't sell good news. Good news are not interesting. You sell good news if you insert them among a whole lot of bad news. And so the media love bad news. And they take on, and so virality, studies have proven it. A thing that is negative travels further and faster 6 times by the comparison of just a standard statement, just news. So it's very important to understand. I also like this idea that, we have this illusion that we see a photograph that's real. Well, no, it's framed reality. He says that to say that the camera cannot lie is merely to underline the multiple deceits that are now practiced in its name. And fake news is one thing. Deepfake is using cameras. Deepfake is showing images that are the persuasion behind the thing. So it's very, very serious to listen to that. Let's see if I'm getting the right stuff here. Yeah, the medium is a distortion. I think I've made that point, but a few quotes by McLuhan. This is the age of repography, that repeating, duplicating. There are more means of emulating, reflecting, reproducing, duplicating, and making or faking extant in present in technologies than ever existed in the world before. I am writing a book now called The Personal Digital Twin. And my major argument is that what happens now is that since about 20 or more years, the tendency of the digital transformation has been to duplicate everything, including us. It starts with medical records. Medical records duplicate you in some way, and they are very good. If you didn't have medical record, you probably would have given a lot of trouble to the doctor to understand what's going on. But beyond the medical records, now people are using machines that allow to see either to guess what you're thinking or see what you're thinking. So we are actually, not only is all the content that I was saying that is in our mind something problematic, and all the content that I was saying that is in our mind is going into our cell phone, but also our consciousness. Noah Yuval Harari has made that very clear. He said, in the future, if you read on Kobo or on any one of these readers that you can buy, you will be finding that that reader is following your emotion moment by moment, letter by letter, so to speak. So we're being invaded completely. The word fake, of course, is coming from the Latin facio, facere, feci, factum. Making is literally faking. The artist as maker is always in the quest of a colossal fiction. So we're living in fiction altogether. But it's quite a serious problem because the bias of each medium of communication is far more distorting than a deliberate lie. Think about it. Next. We are in the era of post-truth. You've heard about that? Yeah? Now, I'm beginning here to say the real stuff that I am trying to explain, or at least share with you, which is that there has always been a fluctuation relationship between description and reality. And reality has been taken for granted, and we keep taking for granted that describing reality is actually correct, coherent. But for reasons that I'm going to explain very soon, what is happening now is that there is a a sort of distancing between language, descriptive language, and what it is describing. The difference between factitious and fictitious tend to dissolve. The half-truth is an awful lot of truth. Many people never get that much. Marshall used to make a lot of points by making fun of them. But every time that he made them, it was to make us believe that why we believe so much in fake news is because half of it is true. That's the reason. All you need is a little reference environment in order to actually set a fake news. And of course, the more of that half is believable, the more you fall for the second half, which isn't. The proud motto, all news that fit to print, advertised the fact that news is actually fiction, that there is a large factor of choice in looking at the world itself as something fit to print. So that was some. Here I want to get on to, is it working?
Yeah. What is meaning?
Yes, I have to trust this. Okay. So let us just talk a little bit about meaning. Well, what is meaning? Yeah? It's cognitive mediation for any sign, for any source. It's the fundamental way by which people relate, but not just people, animal. From Vico, Giambattista Vico, a great influence on McLuhan and a fair influence on me as well. Vico described how language started as just grunts, gesture. But each grunt, each gesture had an interpretation, that is, had a meaning. A wolf in the middle of the forest, when he cries, tells other wolves where he is, what he's doing, what problem he has. So that every animal, including insect or bees that fly in a certain way to tell you where the honey is, they are actually asking the others to interpret. That interpretation is fundamental as the human communication system basis. Language is the most important technology we've ever developed. McLuhan said it's the biggest mass medium. Everybody shares into it in a specific way. So the mere presence of an object to a barely conscious entity, animal or human, requires recognition and interpretation. And that interpretation requires the bare minimum of 3 elements. Anybody who has done semiotics know about this. The signifier, that's a glass of water. The signified, it's good water. And the referent. The referent is what communicates the actual content of the relationship between the signifier and the signified. It's called the semiotic triangle. And there it is. So you can see that the symbol stands for the referent, but the symbol word goes to the concept thought, and the thought refers to the referent. And so here you have a cat. So the cat is the actual presence of a cat is the referent, but the relationship between the name and the meaning are just the first element. If you have one element missing, you don't have a communication. Or rather, you don't have a trustworthy communication. And the real problem is that the loss of the referent leads to the epistemological crisis. The loss of the referent means that the cognitive mediation is excluded from algorithmic processing. This is the big news about the new medium. The new medium is an algorithm. And the algorithm is a series of commands, a sequence. It doesn't know anything. No intelligence, artificial intelligence knows anything. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need interpretation. It doesn't need knowledge. It doesn't need consciousness. It doesn't need anything. Take any translator, like DeepL.com or Google Translator. Huh?
Google Translator, yes.
Take Google Translator, which I'm sure you use. I use DeepL.com because it's better and I recommend it. But anyway, that's another problem. But what happens is that statistically, DeepL or Google work on the presence of shapes. The words are shapes. They are not content. They are not meaning. They are a bunch of shapes. So there is an interpretation, which is an interpretation of shapes, but not an interpretation of meaning. And as you arrive at extraordinary result, I mean, the reason I think DeepL.com is better than Google is because DeepL.com is much more precise in its understanding of what you're trying to do. And its quality is phenomenal, but that's exactly what algorithms are there for. And that's what they give you. Algorithms help doctors make absolutely superior decisions about diagnostic. Helps judges to actually come with a better understanding of the case and the precedents and all these things. Gives the financial advisor the best possible way of dealing with your money. Gives the military officer the best way of going about a strategy. The problem is algorithms are really, really very good. And remember what I said, the printing press was really, really very good. It was also really, really very bad. And what happens is that there is a distacco, there is a difference between the tradition of human understanding, which was based on interpreting meaning, to the new human understanding, which is based on accepting the verdict of the algorithm. So there is a ratio, as I said, among selected data, no rational thinking. This is the paradox of AI. Am I on time?
5 minutes.
Huh?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. I'll never do it. Okay, I can run through this, but nevertheless. Paradox of AI produces meaningful output without accessing or inputting meaning, and it doesn't require a referent. That is the real thing. And that's why we are in this situation. Okay. 5 minutes, really. The epistemology of the digital transformation is in a head-on conflict with that of our literate alphabetic past. What do we owe to literacy? Improved personal control over language. Learning to read, and especially learning to read silently, allows you to change the destination of human speech from communication to meditation. That's the key of learning to read and write. You can communicate by writing, of course we can. But the point is, in the context, in the process of actually working on meaning, which is what it is to read and to write, there is no communication except between the text and yourself. So, but it is very improved control over language, and this control of language is wonderful for each humans, but it creates each one of us very individuals, strong individuals with more and more really strong ideas, good or bad. A sense of autodetermination, a private consciousness, I explained, a sense of autodetermination may be illusory, but it's very strong. A clear distinction between objective and subjective. Social cohesion depends on having a sense that we all share objectivity of the description of facts, reality, physics, whatever it is that we are studying. But a digital transformation is canceling privacy in all its forms. We are losing the content. We are becoming empty shells. Autonomy, we are hetero-directed. That's okay for certain cultures. It's perfectly fine for China. The Chinese have a completely different writing system, hence a completely different way of thinking. So for them to have social credit is just fine. They are hetero-directed. They're accepted for peace and harmony. They actually do quite well. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm working, in fact, on books for just thinking about China, but we have been autonomous and we had conscious, not just consciousness, but a conscience. A conscience means a moral control of reality that that came from us. But more and more, it's going to come from outside. Take the social dilemma. You saw the social dilemma. If you didn't, go for it, because it's really important. That is our heterodirection. Social dilemma is a very surreptitious, subversive, disruptive way of dealing with our decisions. And it's a pretty serious one. So our responsibility, which was self-directed, guilt, came from vergogna, shame, which was other-directed. Now that is actually, we are removed from responsibility by the new media. And so democracy, as we can see in China, is replaced by datacracy. That is, we are directed by data. That's a very perilous conflation of objectivity and subjectivity. I'm trying to stay in time. Identity. The user is the content. I said it somehow, so we can skip that. But projecting one's identity or agenda in the content. In other words, you cannot read or see anything without putting yourself in it. This is what McLuhan's saying. And by doing this sort of thing, we expand the tendency of the echo chamber. Move on to the next one. A loss of privacy. Now, this is McLuhan, because now we have the means to keep everybody under surveillance, no matter what part of the world they're in, we can put them under surveillance. This has become one of the main occupations of mankind, just watching other people and keeping a record of their going on.
It's incredible. It's social media.
It's social media. That's exactly what it is. And so, move on. Identity. When you're on the telephone or on radio or on TV, you don't have a physical body. You're just an image on the air. When you don't have a physical body, you're a discounted being. You have a very different relationship to the world around you. I think this has been one of the big effects of the electric age. It has deprived people really of their identity. And what he says elsewhere is that the speed, the acceleration of change by all the media that every month or at least every year seems to come up, we are rooted out. We are taken from the roots of our traditional responses, our rhythms. It's a bit like the story of Pinocchio. Pinocchio is the story of young kids going north from Toscana into Milano and Torino, where they become members of the assembly line. They have been rooted out of the rhythms of the agrarian culture, the culture of growing things and seasons. And then they come back and nobody recognizes them in Toscana because they have been changed, and we have been changed just the same way. The myth of Pinocchio is one of the most important technological myths of history, including all the Greek myths. Read it again very carefully, thinking that it's the story of how we were changed by mechanical age. So I'd say that the Avatar is the new Pinocchio, but he doesn't want to become human. Avatar is perfectly happy to recover his leg. Remember the film? Okay, well, let's drop it. I'm trying to keep going and saying things, but I'm terrified now. And here's the important line: everybody tends to merge his identity with other people at the speed of light. It's called mass man. That is the crowd effect on violence and fake news. It's the crowd effect, the idea that we don't have an identity, but there is one available, let's grab it. And you just join the crowd, and you become part of literally a new kind of power. You get the power from the crowd. You don't have it.
The echo chamber.
The echo chamber. All of this is the same thing. So thank you for shortening me because I need it. No, absolutely. So propaganda. News is an artifact where media are concerned. Any kind of good or bad news can be turned on or off at will for varying periods. That's when people start taking control of news for specific effect. The reader of the newspaper accepts the newspaper not so much as a highly artificial image, having some correspondence to reality, as he tends to accept it as reality itself. We have this real issue with reality, and it's not just limited to these problems, but I don't have time to tell you what other things happen with it, maybe this afternoon. As in the case of the newspaper, most trivial matters are given considerable additional intensity by being translated into prose at all. That's why no content of anything can be truthful in a newspaper. Echo chamber, a point of view, I've explained that already. All media, this is key, all media exist to invest our lives with artificial perceptions and arbitrary values, which are not grounded anymore. These values are not anymore grounded in social cohesion or consensus. Big phony narrative for a very, very large echo chamber. Make America great again, MAGA. Resurrecting the Soviet Union. Don't have time to show you, but you know what the Soviet Union is doing. The thing about the Soviet Union right now is it's doing what everybody is doing now with populism and everything like that. What it is lifting reality, lifting language out of reality. We have the evidence. Everybody knows the evidence. No, this is not war. This is a special operation. If you think it's war, you go to prison. Now that's actually blatantly removing any connection between what is said and what is. So that's what's being done by very powerful people, as you can see. Next, I had a great show to show you, but no time. So violence is a response to loss of identity. All media exists, that I said. I was going to show you a long shaft, but I won't do it. But let's say that that's the theme I'm going to approach right now. Transmitted at the speed of light, all events on this planet are simultaneous. The electric environment of information, all events are simultaneous. There is no time or space separating events. Radio provides a speed up of information that also causes acceleration in other media. For him, radio was the reason why we had the Second World War. Now, again, that's too long to explain. It certainly contracts the world to village size and creates an insatiable village taste for gossip, rumor, and personal malice. Violence. In our time, when things happen very quickly, there's very little time to adjust to the new situation at the speed of light. There is little time to get accustomed to anything. Even radio has sent tribal societies around the globe up the wall with intensity of feeling. One of the major violence makers of our century has been radio. Hitler was entirely a radio man and a tribal man. Hitler, you can replace that with another name. Violence has a quest for identity. All forms of violence are quests for identity. When you live out on the frontier, you have no identity. What frontier is he talking about? It's the very frontier we're all living at now, the frontier of change. Because things are going to change permanently, we are at the frontier. And we're not equipped, so that's the problem. You have to prove that you are somebody. This is the problem of violence among the fake news people and the hate people. You become very violent. Identity is always accompanied by violence. This seems paradoxical. Ordinary people find the need for violence as they lose their identities. It's only the threat to people's identity that makes them violent. Terrorists, hijackers, these are people minus identity. They are determined to make it somehow to get coverage, to get noticed. So, then I'm getting close to the end, you'll be happy to know. Articulation of fake news and violence. So first of all, you share emotion. And the thing that we like to share the most on all social media is emotion. There's no doubt about it. And people look social media for emotions. They don't really look for news. And they want to share virally because of emotion. Speed of transmission, virality of antagonistic news, low level of verification, low average level of education. It's getting worse. It's not getting better. Or maybe some universities are doing well. And there are areas where education is phenomenal, but that's very small number of people. A lot of the MAGA people are people who really don't know the first thing. And they just go for it because they don't have the tools. Let me put it this way. When I talk about consciousness being something that we own, that we develop, that we learn to read and so on, I am saying that we are building in us a resistance to fake news, a resistance to just anything that comes around. But if you don't have that content, then you don't have resistance. That's as simple as that. So not having that resistance, you go for the emotion, and you go for... Plus, I wanted to actually say something which is going to be very provocative this afternoon, is that getting violent has an orgasmic effect. It's almost erotic. Going into violence when you're not happy, when you're angry. So let's see, low level of crowd psychology, tribal response, taking it personally, identity issues with gun, polarization, nationalist, religious, economic woes, or simply emotional unemployment. If you are emotionally unemployed, you go on strike, or you go on violence. So anger, confrontation, and of course brutality. And so what to do about it? So that's the end. But I have to explain. As you know, this was just theoretical, and I've had to run through some of it, but it's okay. You'll have a chance. I'm leaving this to anybody, and you'll be able to click on all the places. You'll find some really exciting stuff there. But anyway, the point is, this afternoon, we're going to have a workshop together, and I have this proposed, but I can still change it between now and then. We meet again at 3 o'clock. So I want you to divide those who will be there this afternoon in 6 groups. 6 groups with 6 themes, important themes to understand, especially after what I've said about the epistemological crisis. Language as a technology. The idea that language is not just a natural thing that comes out of our mouth or our hand, it's actually a technology, and as a technology, it has a purpose. And respecting language has become essential. The more we are separated from the relationship to meaning and the relationship to algorithms, the more we need to respect, because language is the definition of humans, not algorithms. Algorithms is the definition of machines. I'm not demonizing algorithms. I'm not demonizing machines. It's like the printing press. We have to respect it too. But I don't want to be a willing victim without thinking about it. And that's the point of making that thing. So language as technology is a strong theme. Loss of referent, the idea of what it is to lose the referent and what it is to deal with language when you don't have anymore the need or the obligation or the command to look for the relationship. The power of attitude. The power of attitude. This is something that, if you have a loss of faith and a loss of identity, you can resort to violence. But you can also resort to a critical attitude towards yourself and towards what's happening. And if you can teach that to the people who are tending towards violence, you can teach something really important. So that's how do we promote the power of attitude? An attitude of self-respect, of respect of the other, even if there is a lot of problem between both. Violence and eroticism, the idea that violence is something, as I said, orgasmic, desirable, people like it, they love it, they want to get into it, and then after, of course, they're sorry. Not always, but that's a thing. There is in the way that Busha has been tortured by the friends of Kadyrov, who is a Chechen and is working for Putin, there is obviously something orgasmic going on, because that level of horror can only come from an irrepressible desire. So it's important to understand that. And then I wanted to also say that one of the greatest statements that McLuhan quoted often is from Ezra Pound: poetry is news that stays news, which is an extraordinary way of dealing with language. Poetry is always news. The more you read it, the more you find in it. So it's a way of treating language that I find really fascinating. And then widening the echo chamber, I am involved with a research group in Rome with Media 2000 and also Osservatorio Tutti Media, and there we are trying to develop something that we call news media for good. And I'd like to have the opinion of a group who would be interested in saying, how do we make news media for good without being preachy, without being moralistic, without falling into the usual traps? But how do you do that? How do you make that happen? So, are we good? I'm done.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot indeed, and it's a very intense presentation and speech. It's a bit late in our schedule, so I'm sure that we will have the chance to talk with Professor Dekekova about these issues in the afternoon. So for the time being, maybe we could have the time for just one question, for example, but then we need, otherwise we need to go. Is there someone who wants to make a question? Maybe you are all too tired? Okay, let's go for the break. And the coffee break is downstairs, so just go downstairs at the buvette. I guess that our university students already know. Uscendo a sinistra, ragazzi. Facciamo 20 minuti, ragazzi, vi prego, ok?
Metti al primo
Okay. In the second part of this morning, we host here the partners of the project for a panel. We call it a round table, but it's not actually a round table, but that's okay. For listening for their presentation about different aspects of the project. And I hope there will be some time for also question and answers from the audience if you want. As you may remember from the beginning when Professor Cappello explained the phases of the project, the first phase of the project was a research, a really interesting research conducted by our partner, led by our partner TextGain. We have here Olivier. They use artificial intelligence for mapping the trends and the topic of hate speech on social media. It's a really particular topic, so I leave the floor to Olivier, who will know, explain better than me how was the research about.
Thank you very much. It's working? Yes. Yeah. All right. First of all, thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much, Antonella and the team, for the organization of this wonderful event, and of course showing us this wonderful city. My name is Olivier Kouberix, and I'm from TextGain. To give a little bit of background about us, we are a spin-off of the University of Antwerp, and we are specialized in artificial intelligence and more specific natural language processing to detect and analyze what is going on social media. Oh yeah, I need to push into us. So what did we do exactly in the project? So we started with mapping and scraping what are important messages. So we asked the partners, first of all, to guide us to these places on social media where we could find the relevant social discussions, discussions about polarization or what could polarize society, and where we could find some hate speech. So this resulted to a lot of different pages, which we categorized in 3 different categories: Islam or Islamophobia, right-wing versus left-wing issues, and fake news, general hate speech, and populist propaganda. You can see some of the examples here that we have monitored, and this resulted in a first analysis that we did in 2020, in September, to be more specific. And we analyzed 95,000, or actually over 95,000 messages, of which, and I'm sorry, I cannot speak Greek, but the first group, or the group which posted the most messages, was a Greek group. When we analyzed all these different topics, yeah, I need to synchronize. When we analyzed the themes that we saw in these different groups and pages, we identified 4 big themes. The first one was the refugee crisis, which we saw in early 2020. The COVID pandemic, so the COVID measures, wearing of masks, everything that comes with the COVID pandemic. Then we saw a lot of discussion about climate change and the polarization that it brought to the society because of the big protests, the walkouts out of school led by Greta Thunberg. So there was a lot of discussion about this on social media. And then the fourth one was Islamophobia, which is a theme that we see passing by quite regular in different languages. So these were the four main topics. What did we not see yet, because it simply didn't happen yet, was a discussion about vaccination, which only started later that year, and of course the invasion of Ukraine. So this gave us a block of consensus. Professor de Kerkhoff has already explained it in a very passionate way. This is some type of echo chamber. So what we saw was that profiles who agreed with or explained or expressed themselves in a negative way about the refugee crisis, about the refugee crisis were also very likely to protest against the COVID measures, were negative about the climate change or about what we could do against it, and they were also very likely to express Islamophobic feelings. So the result, or this is actually because of these echo chambers. So we have already explained it in a superficial way, that these echo chambers decide on what you are seeing in your timeline on social media. It is the task of a of a social media platform to give you the content that you like, because the more time you spend on a platform, the better for that platform, because the more advertisement they can sell. So this algorithm gives you what you like and makes you stay much longer on that platform. And it is actually very logical, because if you like cats and you like a cat meme or a cat video, you will get more cats in your timeline and you will be happier and you will stay on the platform longer. So it's this algorithm that kind of rewards you with clicks and rewards you also, or rewards the platform with the increased time that you spend on the platform. So a click can be seen as a reward. Professor de Kerkhoff also gave this tip to watch The Social Dilemma on Netflix. I think it says it here, 1 hour and a half, but it gives it in a very nice way. And explains how an algorithm can influence your behavior and what you see on social media. We also discussed, or actually discovered, some micro issues. Micro issues are discussions that we see about society on social media. And these micro issues are used strategically by, for example, politicians or political parties. If you look at this campaign of the FPE, who says, or who discusses in September already, that there is a possible ban on alcohol on the Christmas markets. Well, why would we discuss this in September already? Well, it's quite simple. What they want to create is a polarized society who has to pick a side. And what side will you most likely choose if you live in a Christian society, that you want to have the freedom to have this Christmas market the way you remember them and how they always were. So they try to also manipulate by addressing these micro issues themselves. What other micro issues did we see in the different languages? We saw in Dutch the Black Pete discussion. There is no better translation, unfortunately, but this is about the helper of Zwarte Piet, a person who brings on the 6th of December gifts to the children. We also saw the smoking ban in Austria, the mobilization of refugees at the Greek border, and then the reopening of the nightclubs in Italy. And we did this through a technique that we called meerkats. Meerkats, everybody knows this animal. It runs around, suddenly pops up, looks around, goes back, and it's gone again. So that's a technique that we also used. So we went online, with this automated technique, looked around what is going on in the social media discussions, detect how it is evolving over a certain time frame, and then we make our analysis. And this is the result of the example that I gave earlier. So Weihnachten is Christmas nights? Yeah, thank you. And Glühwein is a drink that they always serve on this market. So why would we discuss this already in September? There is no use unless that we want to use it for a strategic online campaign. We also discussed something in Greek, we discovered something in Greek, which is about left teachers. We also had this discussion in Dutch, in Belgium actually more specific, where they accused teachers or people from university to have a political agenda and always focus on left-wing topics and anti-right-wing topics. We also saw micro issues, so much broader societal problems, and then we mapped them through a word tree, like you see an example here, and it could also give the campaigners of the project an idea of how people stand towards a certain societal problem. Sorry. So through this word tree, you can see which word can be associated with, in this case, abortion. Through the analysis of these pages and the messages that we have posted, we also identified some questions that were coming back from the people who interacted with the accounts and also with the hate accounts. And we mapped and analyzed them to see what is going on in society, what are the questions that people are asking, and about what topics are they looking for more information, or do they want to question online. We mapped them in Italian, also in Greek. The questions were quite similar. Also in Austrian or in German, of course.
Even if it's in Greek.
Austrian, and then the next one. Thank you. And of course also in Dutch. In 2022, in May, so last month, or actually this month, we did an update and we compared, of course, the first analysis with the second one. We got quite similar results. The same groups were still the most active ones, but of course we gathered the number of messages over the whole time frame, and at the end we analyzed more than 275,000 messages. If you want to see how the dashboard works, and if you want to see how we make this analysis, or actually the results of the analysis, you can go to the dashboard with this login, and you can try it yourself to see how this works. Then we used also the profit technique, which is a forecasting. It's a forecasting procedure to see how over a certain time frame this can have an evolution. And we saw some very interesting things. This is just an example from a random politician, where we can see on the left side how many messages this person has posted. And on the right, we can see the engagement. And the bars between the red interrupted lines, that is where the COVID measures started. So this analysis gives us the insight that politicians can use everything in a very manipulative way. They identify what is going on in society, and then they try to react on it. So we saw that this person, during the COVID measures, has identified what is going on in society, And he had to do less effort to gain more engagement. You can see the difference between the two graphs, that he knows what is going on in society. He knows what his voters or the people who sympathize with him are talking about. He adapts his own narrative, and he could see that the engagement went up. We saw similar trends, but also in a negative way with other politicians. In this example, you can see that he didn't really made a good analysis of what was going on or what the people wanted him to say or react to, and the engagement went the opposite way, all the way down. So less people started engaging with the content. We saw the same with this politician, that they did not really found a good alignment with what the people really wanted, and the popularity of this politician went down. There's another one. One last but very interesting example is... One slide more?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Is this politician who started posting and posting more. It almost tripled, but the engagement went down. So here is the difference, very hard, and the prognosis for the upcoming months and years is actually that the popularity still will go down. And to end with, we also want to bring forward some new trends that we have discussed, or some trends that are still going on within the Italian language. One is Islam or Islamophobia. So language, every time there is a Muslim or Islam in general, again, in the news, that we see hate speech coming from these echo chambers. Also within anti-vax community, so the group of people who are, no matter what, against vaccination, if it's the COVID vaccine or another vaccine, the anti-vax community has been growing over the last few months and years, and we even saw a term popping up, no-vax, and the according hashtag, and this community is also still growing. And then at last, a trend that has been popping up only for the last few months is the discussion about Ukraine, of course. So this gives the insight to the campaigners, of course, to adapt the narrative that they want to bring, to identify the right teams, and to have the discussion going between their followers, of course. And I would like to end with, of course, some good news, because we do not only want to bring bad news about how many hate speech there is, etc. That this block of consensus, this echo chamber, possibly and hopefully has reached its limit, and that Ukraine was the bridge too far, because we saw the block of consensus of these 4 topics that we identified crumbling over Ukraine, that there's no consensus in which side they need to choose. We have identified as a group that identified themselves and supported the Azov battalion, but we have also identified a group that chose the side of Putin. So this is the last advice to the campaigners, to also try to, and they did, because they have already posted about it, that they identified what is going on, what people care about, what they are worried about in the discussion about Ukraine, and try to to post also about it. We also, with Fact Check Vlaanderen, a fact check platform that we have, identified something very interesting, that when we identify or when we do a fact check about the COVID situation or the pandemic, that we always get a lot of negative feedback, about a certain group, mostly trolls, who try to attack us. But when we do a fact check about Ukraine, we don't get such a hefty pushback. So that is also one of the indications that this block of consensus is crumbling down. So I hope this gave you some insight in the analysis that we did with TextGain. I don't know if we have questions now or wait till
Maybe
after that.
at the end, yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olivier. And yeah, if you have any question in your mind, please keep it. And we hope that at the end, we will have some time for also do this question to the speakers. I think it's really fascinating, this research, and if you want to know more, in our website you can read the whole report. And Olivier already said why the research was important for connecting with the work we did with our campaign. So now we have George and Sophie, representative from our partners, Radio La Benevolencia from the Netherlands, who will tell you more about the approach behind the campaign, the Commit campaign.
Thank you, Antonella. After this fascinating content analysis of showing different directions in the content on the social media, the Commit campaign approach actually tries to be quite simple and straightforward, actually. Well, wait a second, I think that we have to represent we have to make a presentation of who we are, Radio La Benevolencia. We have a bit of a strange name, especially to an Italian audience that sees that we write Benevolencia with a J in front of the I. And so that name comes from Bosnia. It has a long history. I won't bore you with it. But it simply was an ideological statement to put into our Dutch organizational name. We are an organization that creates entertainment, education, edutainment, meaning that we package know-how into entertainment media, psychological know-how mostly, and stimulate reactions against a certain thing. So the psychological know-how that we package into our media work, whether it is in Africa or whether it is in Europe, is based on research that compares the run-up to different genocides in the world, how perpetrators were created, basically the psychology of those perpetrators. And the Commit campaign took us on because of this basic approach, which here in the campaign we call Hate, a Course in 3 Lessons. Basically, based on the content analysis, we needed to give our audience a simple way of reacting to social media, because we believe that general education of national audiences in the psychology of propaganda can, to some extent, inoculate people from propaganda. One of the things that has to be mentioned about the whole discussion around social media is that it scares people. The more we are so confronted with technological know-how that we need to have in order to resist media, that we sometimes may lose confidence in our own ability to dissociate content from, to check facts in some way and do that. As Professor Kerkhove has said, emotion sells, and emotion is what drives social media. And our approach is that you have to understand your own emotions when reacting to different media. And so the approach of the Commit campaign is to try and give people 3 simple elements with which to make people aware of their own reactions to what they see when they see social media content. And we posted this in 3 different periods of the Commit campaign. So the first, and Antonella already gave that introduction, so we're going to repeat what Antonella said a little bit more in detail. The campaign is called Hate, A Course in 3 Lessons. That's what it basically does. It shows people how you can learn to hate. It is based on psychological know-how by some psychologists. One of them is called Erwin Staub. He is a genocide scholar in the United States who based the analysis of how perpetrators, how incitement works on a combination between context and hate speech. So the first thing that you need to learn is when you become sensitive to social media content that creates a reaction that will push forward hate speech. And that circumstance is mostly based on fear. People have psychological needs, some very basic psychological needs. We have needs for security. We have needs for a positive sense of identity. We have needs for knowing where we stand. And when circumstances happen, either to a society or to individuals, that reduce their sense of security and make them feel small, which creates a sense of identity that is damaged, they seek to compensate for it. And the compensation usually happens by looking for a group that you can belong to. Some talented individuals in that group will present you with a good enemy that can hold together the group, and then that is, they scapegoat those people, and once you scapegoat people and you start acting upon it, you can descend into violence, and then you can change your moral universe and do more violence in order to confirm to yourself that you're allowed to do it. It's worth remembering that the Commit campaign is supported by the EU in order to fight extremism and terrorism. So we actually deal here with hate speech because our general audience is actually not violent and not extremist yet, hopefully, but it wants to steer people to a knowledge of how this hate speech can create danger. So in the first campaign that lasted from July to October 2021, our social media posts were about fear and hate speech. We are calling it an intimate relationship. It focuses on how what you see on social media, whether it is so-called fake news, even though we have learned that all news to some extent can be fake, but it is how insecurity about news, how fake news and how different ways of creating propaganda, pushing people's identity and hate speech can reassert people's identity and actually compensate your fear in some way. You're afraid, you feel socially isolated, or your society is descending into chaos in some way. You know which group to belong to because you have somebody that expresses your fears very well through hate speech. And this was the first campaign. We'll show you some example of posts later on. In the second campaign, the second period, which lasted from October 2021 to February 2022, we looked at the different ways in which in-grouping means closing your group, wanting to attract you into a group, and scapegoating hangs together. That means how we love enemies, of course, a little bit of a sarcastic, ironic title, but enemies really help in order to focus your attention on something, and they really help in order to keep a group together mostly. Actually, every group is an entity that consists of us and them. Never mind if it's a positive group or a negative group. We all talk about us and them being is the thing that we have to be aware of, but we do have to understand that even this group in this room is an in-group, whereas where we feel ourselves a little bit better than the other people that don't necessarily understand it. And This is a very simplified way of showing how propaganda works, but basically those are the main elements that work when people want to push people into something violent, when people want to create polarization for their own purposes and power. And very often we are left wondering what we can do against it. And the answer is really very simple, and this is what our campaign right now consists of, and it will last until June, until May, June, basically, and that is so-called active bystandership. The term active bystander is a negation in terms. A bystander is somebody who stands by, who watches something happening, and there has been a lot of research in the 1960s about the so-called bystander effect, which means that when you are in a group of people, you don't, you abrogate your responsibility to act. Most people say, oh, most people think, okay, if a whole group stands here and doesn't do anything for somebody that suffers, there must be a reason for that. Why does nobody intervene? Why should I intervene in that case? And this is the kind of thing that we then, this is the very, very simple recipe that one needs to stimulate when one wants to react against propaganda, hate speech, in-grouping, scapegoating, all of these things. It's feeling that you as an individual have some kind of responsibility to do something about it, because, and research shows that if one person steps forward and does something about the negative influence of somebody, usually if you are in a relatively normal group, other people will follow because they will think, oh, somebody does something for it, so maybe this is the right thing to do, and they will join us against that. Basically, this works with hate speech, this works with social media campaigning. With social media campaigning, you do have a problem, because people usually, if you are a single commenter that comments against hate speech in the media, you usually need a critical mass of comments that will follow in order to really negate hate speech. But this is exactly what we're trying to stimulate here, is people making comments, liking other comments that resist when you notice these elements happening in social media campaigns. And yes, I think that our presentation is very short. We're sparing you because you're having lots of plates to look at. We basically just needed that, and then we can come forward to how we created the content, and this is our colleague Felix from Austria who is going to talk more about that, and the kind of lessons learned, the difficulties that we had there. I'll just go into that a little bit in this campaign approach. One of the issues that we have when we want to counteract polarization and extremism is that basically you have to enter the echo chambers of the extremists. You have to, the audience, if you are warning people, again, you have to cast a very wide net in order to reach the group that we really are trying to reach. The group that we are really trying to reach are people who may turn from just polarization and hate speech into violent behavior. And for this, we actually needed to attract comments. We needed to attract hate comments. And we found this to be actually a little bit of a difficulty, because a lot of people tend to also agree with what you say. A lot of people will shy away from reacting. And so we actually in our posts, we introduced a so-called hate button. So just as you can push a button for liking a message, we encourage people to show us if they hate this message. And we encourage the psychologist, Robert Orell, a specialist in this kind of work, who actually is a founder of the most important exit groups in Europe and the US, people who work with people in de-radicalization. You will hear him soon. And Robert is helping us in answering in the right way, and he will go into what the right way is to hate comments that we managed in the end to attract. We were very happy to get hate comments because it allowed us to interview people. Also, we saw that together with creating attractive posts, boosting alone, boosting means paying for posts to get disseminated. Boosting alone doesn't work, but boosting together with provocative content tends to work better and better. We are just discovering this now. And memes, of course, work. Simple things, things that create emotions, mostly with memes. That's why they exist. Work very well also when you do anti-hate speech. And when responding to comments, we needed to have certain criteria in order to see which comments to respond to. So every comment that is commented on our campaign that shows dislike or hate gets, first of all, a generic comment which encourages people to talk to us more. It has to be careful. We have to be careful in not sounding too psychological in that, because people will feel suspicious about that. But we try in an empathic way to talk to people, and so you will hear more about that a little bit later. I think now we can show a few. We don't have posts right now.
We can show you one example. If you go to the Commit Netherlands Instagram page, you will find the memes there as well. But just to illustrate right now short how this hate comment thing worked, is that I think 3 weeks ago we posted a meme about conspiracy theories. It was really provoking and we boosted it a little bit. Overnight we got a lot of hate comments, a lot of responses. People started tagging other people in the comments. Eventually we reached almost 10,000 people with this post. We got 51 reactions and we started a dialogue with 28 people. Robert will go into the side of talking to these people soon after our talk. But yeah, what we saw is the provoking things. The meme was about things that they kind of hate. We weren't really general with what we said. That worked really well. Oh, yes. But yeah, and then they started to message us. One comment we got, for example, was that they found out what our funding was about. They found out that we were funded by the European Union. They really hated that for us. And we started to talking to these people about why do they hate us. Some eventually said, well, maybe you aren't as bad as I thought you were. Others still talked about all these different kind of things. They included the government, everyone was corrupt, and all those kind of things. But yeah, Robert will go into that soon. But on our Instagram page, it's in Dutch, but maybe you can understand it a little bit. There are more memes we used.
Okay, we'll try and show them later.
Yes.
Thank you. I think the best, maybe Gianna started an applause, thank you. This was the core of the project, so we are really proud of it. And I think the best way to see what George and Sophie explained is to go on our social media and look for the content.
Can he maybe put it up on the computer?
No, maybe it's. I mean, you have your cell phone, so you can go and look for it, and you can go on Commit Italy. There are a lot of memes and content that you can understand for sure, and also Commit Europe in English. So Sophie and George already mentioned Robert Torel, who is a an international expert in violent extremism prevention, and also is a member of the steering committee of the RAN, Radicalisation Awareness Network. He's cooperating with La Benevolencia for responding to this hate speech that they are trying to provoking. So we have him online. I hope he can. Okay, Robert, are you there? Hi.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me or see me?
Yes, perfectly. So Robert will talk about criteria for answering hate speech online, as they are doing with Radio La Benevolencia, and I think more in general too. Please, you can go.
Well, perfect. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really sorry that I'm not there in person. It looks like an amazing venue and a great place to be at, but equally glad to join online. I worked with George for a few years, looking at specifically online responses in different ways. What I prepared to talk about is, it might be a bit stretched for 10 minutes, so I'll do my best to cover all what I prepared, as well as the expectations on the hate button responses. But what I want to start with is, let me share my screen. What I want to start with is really to discuss a bit of the background of my work. So what does this build on? What have I learned? So I worked in the field of, can you see my shared screen?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. Let's see. I'm sharing screen, but I can see on the picture that it's still my picture coming up. All right. If the technical assistants could help with this, let me continue with the input simply. I'm going to share a bit about exit work and how to engage with people in violent extremist groups, and what type of components this work consists of, to give an idea of how do we engage with individuals in violent extremism. And I wanted to start with just sharing the slogan of Violence Prevention Network, which is an NGO, a German NGO, working in the field of exit work. And their slogan is, "We talk to extremism, to extremists," so the individuals, not about them. And I think this is really the kind of characterization of the type of work we do, and what we encourage people in this line of work to do. Because that's really the only way that we're going to be able to understand who these individuals are, what drives them, and being able to actually commit change. So to engage with individuals in a one-to-one or small group setting. Some of the key focus when we look at this work is really to understand the lived-through experiences of, in exit work, we would call them clients or beneficiaries. So understanding what is it that drives them to the standpoint where they are now, because this will help us, this will inform us in how we can also respond to their activities. A lot of the research around the world that has looked at radicalization leading to violent extremism point out non-ideological factors as usually crucial to why people engage in violent extremism, and these aspects need to be addressed for individuals in different ways. One of the main components is the importance of building trustful relations. If we go to ourselves and we think, how do other people influence us? What is it that leads to change for us? We can quite clearly see that usually it's when we have trustful relations with people, when there's some type of strong bond, we usually don't get strongly influenced by people who come up to us on town and want to give us a leaflet, or people we don't really know or have relation to, but rather the opposite. When we have some type of trust and relationship, it's much more easier to create change and influence. So this is a key component when we think of creating change. We also emphasize the non-judging perspective. If we want to create change of somebody, we cannot point with a finger and tell them that you are wrong or how could you do this, but we have to meet them from a non-judging standpoint. And usually to have a non-confrontational attitude where we use curiosity to want to understand them and to understand their standpoints and to have them to speak about their experiences when it comes to this involvement in these environments. And here, I think what we really see is an increased climate of polarization where less and less dialogue between different standpoints or viewpoints are made. It's easier to take a step back and to kind of point out the ones who are wrong. But once again, we have to think of how do we instead engage with people, because that's usually what leads to change. When it comes to exit work and how we engage with people, this is a 25-year-old field. The first exit program started in Norway in 97, Sweden followed up 98, and the German exit program started in 2000. So a fairly new field where we previously saw the importance of meeting people in person. This was really part of the whole methodology, to meet individuals and get a sense of who they are and spend time together. But what we see now more and more is the importance of online engagement. We have a whole generation who only engages online with other people. So perhaps they could be called digital nomads who wouldn't really seek offline services and who wouldn't really engage with services or other people to a large extent offline. So we have to also step up and engage and shift the perspective. And here it comes to both motivational work. How do we motivate contact and engagement? How do we keep that motivation up? How do we create the shifts in perspective and change? So to facilitate this type of change. And to really understand, I think, the target group. What makes somebody go online and post different things? What is the function? And I think that the previous presentations touched upon this very nicely. What is the kind of, how can we understand the type of behavior and activities kind of results in online hatred? What we see clearly is the effects of the pandemic that led to isolation, to uncertainty, to fear, where violent extremist groups really escalated and increased their effort to reach young, vulnerable people. And what we really see is that very few of us professionals who respond or work to this stepped up in the same way to develop responses and to meet vulnerable people where they are or where their needs are. What we see clearly is the needs for practitioners in a few different ways or perspectives. One is, of course, the technical skills of working in online environments. So what does it mean in terms of the hardware, the software, to use different apps, to be confident in online tech equipment, and to educate and train the staff there. And the second perspective, which is perhaps one of the more challenging, is to make contact. So how do we engage with vulnerable populations online to create contact and build trustful relation? Well, usually by spending a lot of time understanding these environments and these forums. And there's some really great examples of this. There's a Danish Christian Morgensen at the the Digital Youth Center, I think it's called, who spends a lot of time in Incels Forum to engage with people there. And this leads to trustful relations, spending time together. And then the last aspect is really the methodological online social work components. How do we do this ethically, and what type of principles and practices should we engage with to work online? And for example, when it comes to the digital exit work that we set up in the US, we had to think of a few different perspectives. First of all, who seeks the offline support? Who is it? Who are our beneficiaries or clients? How do we do to establish the first contact? Here, one of the practices that a lot of exit programs use is to have former members of extremist groups who share their experiences to motivate and show how a transition can kind of go from being active to disengaging and leaving. And usually there's a lower barrier to talk with somebody who you have a perception of that they understand you. But obviously a lot of the work is also done by non-formers, where we see very skilled social workers, psychologists or others who are good at establishing trustful relations, who understand the kind of elements of how do we spend time with each other to build trust. And then to equip the practitioners and the team. Once again, what do they need? What do they need to feel comfortable or prepared? And then the security, the online safety for organizations and practitioners. For example, if you have video conversations with people online, you want to ensure that there's not a recording mechanism so that they record the calls if it's a confidential meeting. So you have to use platforms that doesn't allow screen recording, for example. You want to try to establish that the person is alone in the room and other type of protocols to ensure security and safety. And you want to use platforms that are safe to use for reaching out to people. And then to think of where to do this in chat, in video, text, message, social media, etc. Which type of platforms are secure? There's a lot of different ones to use. For example, thinking of secure messaging. Who are the staff who's going to do this? How do we train and equip them? Once again, people who are trained in social work, psychology, etc., are good at working with people. It's just to train them in this specific way of working online. To have systems of referrals, to think of where can we send further. Some of the benefits is really the flexibility of the approach, that you can work from really anywhere and you can meet people at times when it's convenient for them. I think we all learned this with the pandemic, that it's the working hours might be a bit more flexible than 9 to 5 for a lot of us, with pros and cons, obviously, for some of us who work more, but the flexibility, of course, in the approach. And it's also to meet the needs of the clients and the beneficiaries, because a lot of them would have issues with anonymity, confidentiality, perhaps paranoia, security concerns. So it's a beneficial way of reaching out and engaging with people in this way. And when it comes to looking then at the commit and what we did there, we looked at a few different, and I think I'm getting close to time, so bear with me for 1 or 2 minutes to just wrap up a few concluding remarks on this. So when it comes to the commit responses, we saw really the kind of the sorting the type of comments. What type of engagement do people have when they write on the post? We had a lot of people who simply just write negative words or kind of stuff that's difficult to engage with. So we want to look at what is it that they actually write, or if they have some type of point or question. So is there actually anything in the comment that we can engage with or think of? And however small it is, we try to kind of grab that thing to work. We also look for the level of curiosity. Is this somebody who is raging and just saying that you guys are idiots, shut this down? It's going to be more difficult to engage with, rather than when somebody has actually a comment or actually says anything about the post, which we then can engage and respond in. And the way we did this is we realized it's going to be difficult to do this in a public arena. So you all know this, that when you are in a public arena and you write and other people can see what you write, it's difficult to you have to think a bit about how you word things and how you perform. So we thought it's better with the one-to-one communication, where we hope that people might be more open to open up and to share a bit of thoughts. And we used a lot of curiosity. So really curiosity to understand, are you interested in a dialogue? Can we exchange? What's your perspective? A lot of open-ended questions to really get them to talk about their perspectives. And this is really the lessons learned that we have from the 20 years of exit experiences, that when we engage with people in these groups, we have to be non-judgmental, non-confrontational, and used a lot of curiosity to get them to speak and to formulate their sentences and questions. And we also had the idea to look for if there's needs for services. And this really comes inspired by the redirect method that some of the international organizations worked very well with, the ISD and Moonshot in the UK, for example, which means that you redirect people from one message to another platform. And we saw that when messages were on the ideological content, it was difficult to engage, but rather when it addressed mental health issues, for example, it increased the kind of the engagement and interaction. So to think of what type of messages is useful to engage with. How do we engage with this? And obviously it might be difficult to kind of start the first comment with, how are you feeling? People might not really engage very well with that, and especially if you're upset and kind of commenting on a post. But this is really what we try to look for, in the sense that we wanted to see how we can engage further. I have a few recommendations. I won't go through them, mindful of time, and I think that's what I prepared so far for my presentation. And I think I'm out of the screen share, or help me, am I?
Yeah. But we heard very well everything, and maybe you can send us later on the presentation and we can share it with the audience, with the students who are here for this event. I'm really sorry that you were not able to present the presentation, the PowerPoint.
Oh, I didn't even realize I had as much fun as if I saw it together with you, so okay. Apologize for that. Then.
No, I'm really sorry. Maybe, yeah, you can send us the presentation, and then we will share with all the materials of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, talking about engagement with the target audience. I think it's can be interesting for you as students of communication to listen to some insights of the behind the scenes of this communication campaign. What happens? How to manage a campaign? Some tips. Some practical experience, and we will do it with Felix and his colleagues from Die Berate, Austria. We are a bit out of time, so I need to ask you to be short, but
I will try to be short
Thank
where it's possible. Welcome from my side. I'm Felix. I'm a project manager for Di Pirata, and I was responsible, together, of course, with Radio La Benevolencia and with George especially, but also with Luke and Sophie, to organize the management of the campaigns. In Plus, maybe you just want to, I will just present you shortly. That's Alex. He has worked in the media department of Di Pirata. Now he's like an external expert for us. And that's Sissi. She is also working in the media department and was responsible for the creation of a lot of posts. Yes, actually, okay. Okay, now it works. Yeah, and we want to give you some tips and also some lessons learned from our side through all the project live, what we have learned, what is good to organize when you want to do a campaign, especially when it's international. Because we had in the beginning, of course,
Maybe. Are you sure?
Okay, now it works. Okay, yeah. Yes, that already talked about this, who we are and what we did. Now I want to talk about the thing that we organized, like Antonella said in the beginning, a lot of workshops, and we collected a lot of posts. So co-produced with the people from the school, with students. So we had a lot of posts, plus then we had the structure, like George explained to you, we had the structure of the 3 lessons and how we want to organize them. But there was still one thing missing, and that's how really to put all the posts and our ideas into a practice, and also how to organize the cooperation inside of our team. Because as you know, we were like 4 organizations that in the beginning it was not able to see physically. We just had the possibility to talk online. But we had to do one communication campaign in 4 countries on 4 different channels. So it was in the beginning quite hard to get to get into it and to find a way how to organize and to bring all the posts in a correct order. And there you can see. Yeah, we had a lot of posts, like already said, and the question was how to organize all these posts. Okay. And we had 2 tasks in the beginning, and in general it was one of the challenges of this campaign. As I said, the 4 countries and 1 European project. So it was our task to think also about going out of the national countries and produce something that is European, create something that goes out of the national context, bringing together all the different national backgrounds in one campaign. Because we had to avoid that we are like just one, that we are just doing it like 4 different campaigns, but we wanted to create one campaign in all of these partner countries. And the second task, of course, was each of us, each of the partners, had also to organize the national way. So this means we had to think about organize a structure in our organization, who is doing when, what, who is producing the posts, who is doing the management, who is creating videos, and so on. And so we had the first idea, or the first step that we did was the creation of a content plan. And Alex will tell you more about this.
Yeah, a content plan is an essential tool to plan and realize your content strategy as a team. It gives you an overview of all the content that's going to be published, and it can be a simple Excel list, as you see behind me. Maybe on the next slide, you see it. Yeah. Okay. It can be a simple Excel list, or you also can use different tools that are developed for that. And yeah, in a content plan, there's exactly written down when a content is going to be published, who is publishing it, which type of content is going to be published, also on which platforms, and where does the team find the files for this and this post. And there are also included deadlines for different departments, for example, the content creation department, so they know when content has to be finished to make the post in time. And all this information and all these aspects help make it possible that different departments in the company can work on the project and can realize the project. And that's exactly what we did in the Commit project.
And the special thing in this case was that we didn't have only one content plan, but 4 plus 1 for the European campaign. As Antonella said in the beginning, we had like the 4 national and the first and the European one. So it was quite challenging to manage all the different types of content plans, organization of the structuring of the content, and it became a little bit like the Bible for our campaign, because it was like the main reference for all the organization and for all the teams that are working on this campaign. And I try always to include here like a lesson learned from our side, as also as a practical tip for you. If you think about organizing a campaign, maybe not international or the national, it was in the beginning really hard, and the content plan really helped us. But we discovered that it's not enough to have only a content plan, because still there was missing a lot of exchange among the team. And that actually was the second step that we had. It happened like some months after the launch of the campaign. We discovered that we have a lack of exchange of ideas. It was really not easy to discover together which new post we could produce. Because we had some posts in the beginning, but then we ran out of posts, and so we had to do we had to find new ways of cooperation, to think together, like in brainstorming sessions about all the different topics based on the strategy that George has presented. And we had the idea, actually it was created in a meeting with Radio La Benevolencia in Amsterdam. We had the idea to create tandems, content tandems, let's call them like this. So each week we had a tandem consisting of 2 national teams that were working together on one post. So they had the first meeting to talk about possible ways, ideas. And in the second step, they then put together the post mainly on Canva. I think most of you will know Canva. We mainly were working with this tool. And in the end, this helped us also to make the focus to the European campaign. So we were producing real European posts, not focusing only on national ways, because the problem in the beginning was that we got lost a bit with focusing only on the national context. So in this way, through these tandems, we had the possibility to work together and to focus on the European campaign, and then translating the European focus again to national contexts in the second way. These tandems were like really essential, I would say, for bringing forward the campaign, and for us, I think a really important step to come and to go on with all the content that we wanted to share with our audience. The next, and that's an example. It's one of the best posts that we had in the campaign. It was a reel. It was also produced inside of the tandem, based on the ideas. And then you can see it. It's maybe not that good to see, but you see it in the beginning. It's the first post is the English one, and then it's like just the translation into the national languages, and this to show how we did it. Like we worked together in one post, and then it was just translated in the national languages that we had. But it was not enough. As I said, there was still missing a lot of exchange, and so in addition to these tandems, we established monthly evaluation and editorial meetings. These basically are like meetings where we discuss the next weeks, because we had the content plan, but you need also have time to discuss what you want to do with this plan, which ideas which type of content do you want to produce in the next month. And so we use these monthly meetings to discuss more about, in detail, what we want to do, who is going to produce what. And we included the evaluation in it, because it's of course important to have an ongoing evaluation. This was done by the Greek partner especially, and we had discussions then about the numbers. This post, why it has like 1,000 follower views, the other one only 50, what can we do, how we can change it. So this was also another really important step in this process to re-evaluate all the posts. And there's also the lesson learned. I have to read it because I haven't heard it. It's really important to have a regularly cooperation, exchange. It doesn't depend if you're like a big, if you're like just working locally, nationally, or internationally, but it has to be a lot of exchange. We had this not in the beginning, also there was the summer in between, so the summer is always problematic and everybody's on holiday. But this was really one of the biggest things, and since we had introduced this, it works really well, that we have the content plan plus meetings plus these tandems to really produce the content. And the last phase, I would call like this, the last month, we had two big challenges again. First, especially the production of the new content, and we had a lot to do with videos. And the second task was then to boost the campaign. We lost a bit of time. We can do this also as a self-reflection a bit here in the beginning with all this organization of tandems, content plan, national focus, European focus. So it took some time until we really could go forward to advertise our campaign with money. Yes, we also could use it. We had a budget for it. Plus, of course, also the follower principle that you just follow people and you hope that they follow you back. So we really had to basically try to get more outreach of the campaign. And Sissi will now talk about the first task of the last month, the production of videos that we also had to do.
The challenge for the video production was was to keep the videos short and simple, but also interesting. And during the video production, many things can happen and out of the plan. For example, people can come, or we have to shift the day of the video production. And we had, during this production, we learned a lot how to be flexible. And the lesson learned was that we have to keep the deadlines in our mind, and also plan much further ahead. And also that we always have replacements, for example, also if some interview partners can't come, so then we can maybe ask someone else. Yeah.
There's a lot of flexibility. That might describe it really well. We need to have a lot of flexibility, and there were a lot of problems, and we really had to be creative to solve them. Yes, and then there is another lesson learned that George already has mentioned a bit. It's that we in the beginning tried to be quite long. We had a lot of posts with a lot of content on it, and of course nobody is going to read this. And in the end, we really got down to a level where we had to just produce simple posts with one simple message, which was not that easy, and it's a continuously ongoing thing to improve and to become better in make your message really short. I think that's one lesson learned also, that the content has to be really short on Instagram, especially on Instagram, to really be able for the people that they like, react, comment. Here you can see some examples of memes, of the most successful memes that we created. And they are basically quite easy. And we tried then in the caption to describe a bit more what is the purpose, what is the aim, and the content of our campaign in this way. And our lessons learned in this way is keep it simple, keep it really easy. This is how it works and how it goes really easy. The problem, of course, is sometimes it gets lost a bit, the content. And that's where it's really tricky to find the balance between short content but not lose the message in this way. And to come to an end, our lessons learned altogether, the first one was the content plan. Let's remember. In the beginning, the first one was the national focus. That was a bit a problem for us. We had to come to a common ground to find also European dimension in this project. The second one was the content plan. Always have a content plan, work with it, update it. It was not always that easy, and we really had, of course, in our case, 5 content plans in the same time. The third lesson was what's the third one? A lot of cooperation, exchange. We introduced these monthly meetings. They really helped us to go on, and of course our tandems. The fourth one was the deadlines. Keep clear the deadlines. It's one basic thing that you could mean, everybody has to accept the deadlines, but when you work with a huge team in 4 different organizations, 4 different countries, it's really hard to really follow this. And the lesson 5 is the easier, the better it is. That's also a really important message. If it's short, then it really works. And in the end, we just included that each of us will say also something about the project commit. Then we are almost finished. I will start, or I will leave maybe I will end. So let's go, Sisi, first. Just one sentence that is for us commit.
Commit is for me where I can collect more experience, especially for social media stuff.
For me, it was just great to be part of such a project, and I could take a lot with me preparing such a complex topic and sensitive topic for a certain audience, for a certain target group on different platforms. So I learned a lot during this project.
For me, it was really the commitment of many people involved in this project. And for me, it was also really the proof that EU projects can work, because it was really the proof that we go out of the national bubbles and create together something on European level. And that's why I really love this commitment of European level. So that's all from us.
Thank you. So nice to see what was commit for you. Thank you. And we have here also another participant from Italy, Georgia. Come, maybe you can, yes, thank you. Leave the floor to her. She participated last year to the capacity building program, and okay, come here. She participated last year, so she can tell she can tell more about her experience and the one of the colleagues from last year about this project. So we have the presentation. You have the telecomando. Sì.
Thank you, Antonella, for presenting me. Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Giorgia Costanzo, as Antonella said, and I am a UNIPA fresh graduate in communication. I'm here today representing a group of 13 communication students that got involved into the comic project, and to tell you a little bit more about our experience with the project, of course. Well, the previous presentation have been so clear about this point. Since the beginning, Comic's goal has been to provide young people with the skills and competencies needed to go develop a different approach to deal with social issues such as fake news, populism, and hate speech. But the idea was that the best way to speak to young people was to let their peers do all the work, actually. So this is because we are indeed, at the same time, as Professor Capello said in the beginning, part of the target, and at the same time, the effective messengers, those who could understand firsthand what to say and how. And I want to say that since we're communication students, maybe we should know how to do it. So thanks to the traineeship that got us involved from April to August 2021, and actually some of us are still working with the project, me and some colleagues like Erika that couldn't be here today, but also Alessi at the registration desk. We worked and we have collaborated with the Commit, with a dense working schedule. So the activities were divided into 3 parts, as you can see. The first one was the training. The idea was that the communication campaign must combine action and theory. So with the help and the collaboration of staff UNIPA professors, and I want to remember Professor Capello, but also Rizzuto, Macaluso, and Sino, we got into the common topics aiming to know more about the process of radicalization and terrorism, exploring, for example, the main theories, such as those elaborated by El-Muhammadi, Borum, or Mugadam, but also the social and cognitive psychological factors that cause this social phenomenon. Of course, considering also the strategies of an effective communication that could lead to change minds and behaviors through alternative narratives that propose different point of views. The second part of these schedule was the production of contents for the communication campaigns. Well, it's always been a teamwork for us at different levels. The first one was the cooperation with the partners, with the European partners we have the pleasure of welcoming here today, in such a way that every topic and every approach was discussed with them to build a coherent narrative and a common visual identity among all the products that were created. But it was also the result of co-creation because it let us work with our fellows, but at the same time, it brought together the work of different group of young people. For example, there's a contest going on right now that will bring some new contents on the socials that will be created by young people. Finally, the social media managing was the part that involved us in the editorial planning work, but also in the monitoring and evaluation of the project results. Well, I wanted to show you a little bit more about the process of content creation. Well, to go fast, since we don't have much time, I'll show it in 3 simplified steps. The first one, the first thing to do is to think, of course, to study, to analyze, but to think about a topic and how to deal with it. Well, it means brainstorming sessions, and I want to thank here our supervisor, Lilia Argano, because we discussed with them the Korean events and trying to find the right way to bring the social issues to the attention of young people, raising awareness, for example, so topic of, I bring just a few examples of posts that Commit Italy has created about Ius Soli, which is about citizenship right, but also about homophobia and fake news and many more. Well, this part is about finding the right media, and of course, when it comes to our target, we're talking about social media, but then you have to find out which social media is better for our target. And then the more effective content to dialogue with it, so a post, a video, a TikTok, or an Instagram story. Then, when you know what you want to talk about and how, it's time, of course, for creation. Well, translating an idea into a practice is not an easy job. but it gave us the opportunity to try our best to let our goals and topic of interest find a realization. So, as Felix said before, the important thing we found out, it was simple words, strong visual communication, and we've learned how a well-built communication in terms of, for example, a good video editing can produce specific reactions and effects in terms of empathy or emotions. And so we work hard to inform, but especially to make people question their beliefs. Eventually, the share part, it's about offering an opportunity for sustained dialogue. Fighting waterproof beliefs and homophilia, that is when someone straightens his own identity by seeking approval in his own group, was very important for us. So through a call to action, we try to build a communication relation by inviting people to intervene, to share their experience, and to discuss different point of views, to give them the sense they can actually make a difference. So, up to this last point, it was very important for us to show people that our action as a group of active citizens can really make a difference. Therefore, one of the main parts of the project was dedicated to the already famous active bystandership. But we've chosen to talk about this mainly by telling the story of people who were active and are active in the social field firsthand, fighting violence, intolerance, racism. In terms of alternative narratives, the goal was to show people that there's always another way to look at our reality. And at the same time, bring to the attention and light up other perspectives of experience of engagement. So I'll quickly show you some of the names of the people we have interviewed. There are foreign students, local activists that are active in the field of immigration and against social distress. But you will be able to watch our interviews on our socials soon. Nevertheless, dealing with social challenges is not easy. And it's important to analyze the perception that, of the issues that communities are currently facing to treat them in the most effective and respectful way. So up to this, a case study can be our post on hijab. Well, we intended to undermine the Western prejudice. The assisted veil is a symbol of prejudice, but we were doing all wrong. As you can see, I will translate it for you. We had created this post, but we, Western students, with possibly no idea what it means to wear a veil, to leave the veil, we intended to talk about 5 truths on hijab. Well, we understood immediately that that we had to change it, the message, the language we were using. So we decided that the best way to talk about something we really didn't know was to let someone that experienced the veil every day to do it for us and with us. So we went from this to this.
Ci sono stati casi in cui hai vissuto il velo invece come una limitazione comunque al tuo vivere comunque anche in società, anche qui per esempio in Italia, e che è diventato così per te una fonte di disagio, oppure no?
Se guardi per esempio, ci sono tanti esempi di donne anche musulmane che portano il hijab, che hanno fatto tante cose belle e sono conosciuti nel mondo, quindi il hijab non potrebbe essere una cosa che può limitare quello che vogliamo fare, solo che è un modo di vestirsi che ha un significato specifico. Se la donna accetta e lo capisce benissimo, lo può portare. Se non è convinta di farlo, non lo deve nemmeno farlo, quindi questo è l'importante. Quindi non la vedo un tipo di limitazione o una cosa che ti fa limite, soltanto forse la società che lo fa questo limite nel momento in cui non si capisce il senso o cosa significa. o perché si fa.
To talk about a personal experience, someone who is a victim of radicalization and extremism and hate speech. So we wanted to create a place where it's safe and people would be more open to talking about it. And the first thing that we had to overcome was how to promote it, how to pair and how to pair the helpline with the campaigns, and also attract the people that were not, maybe didn't have access to the campaigns, maybe didn't have access to talking about it, didn't have the support system. So we decided to promote it on top of pairing the Comet campaigns, to promote it separately as well through events that was organized about hate speech, especially hate speech online, cyberbullying, and other actions that were in person, and try to promote the helpline as a separate entity on top of being paired to the Comet campaign. So we did a lot of online events and a lot of conferences where we presented this service, and we saw that there was a lot of interest from the scientific community and the media regarding the intervention that was offered, the services, the psychological support. And we had a lot of offers from online newspapers, blogs, even the radio, to where they called people from the helpline, the professionals, the counselors, to talk about cases. So they were very interested in what to do. Okay, it's one thing, raising awareness, that's very important, and they liked it very much, but they wanted a step further. They wanted to know what happens after the victim was identified, after the victim wanted to speak, and how to help them, and they wanted more practical solution on top of raising awareness and talking about hate speech and radicalization. And what we saw was that a lot of in-person meetings provoked a lot of cases, a lot of calls on the line. So the campaigns, I'm going to go through it later as well, the campaigns sparked a lot of interest from the scientific community and the media, so there was a lot of promotion of the Comet project and the campaigns, but a lot of cases came from meeting the beneficiaries face-to-face, which means that it created a lot of chances for them to speak, to create this safe space. So the opportunities that it created for the beneficiaries, what we saw was they wanted someone to listen to them, especially when they did not have the supportive environment. We had cases of homophobia from within the family. There was a very religious family that they were not very accepting of the young person, and we saw that that person had no one to talk to. And there were other cases as well with school and colleagues and friends. They wanted someone to talk to, and this helpline created the opportunity for that, for them to talk to someone to listen and connect with them, because it's not easy for everyone to share their personal experience online, their personal story online, as we see many times happening in social media and in posts, and you can read comments below and everyone has a story that they have overcome. But when the trauma is active and it's there, people are not very easy to talk about it, and they want a safe, secured space. And also it gives a chance to the family and the friends and the colleagues and the immediate surrounding of the person who is either a victim of violence, of hate speech, or is involved in any way with in-grouping. We also had cases like that, and we had people trying to reach out to us and ask us about interventions and how to help them and how to advise them to support their younger person, the child who was acting out. So, and these people were not easy to, they didn't have anyone to address their thoughts and their concerns and ask for help, because it's easier to forget about the bystanders and how we can support them as well, because an in-person counselor or an in-person therapist will accept maybe the victim or even the person who is acting out, but the bystander is reluctant to address their role as well and seek help for that. And I think this helpline, we saw that it close that gap. That need was fulfilled, at least in our cases. And it created an opportunity for the project as well to expand the reach. And as I said, the helpline complemented the campaigns as well. So media were very interested in finding out what happens after raising awareness, after engaging people, after signing all the the petition and creating the network, and everyone is aware of the project now. What happens when some person is identified to be in need? What happens? How do we help them? And they were very interested in promoting that as well as an answer to the campaign. And it also created a chance for experts who worked on the helpline to come in contact with stakeholders and other beneficiaries where they maybe didn't have an actual case to talk about and seek help, but they contacted us for maybe having a more prolonged talk, a longer conversation, that it's not always easy in live events and in meetings and trainings and workshops. And they wanted to share their ideas and their thoughts and their beliefs or their worries with someone, and someone who would listen to them and would understand them and maybe provide some further insight into their situations. It created more of a communication channel between the professionals and the counselors and the beneficiaries and stakeholders. So it raised the issue of how to continue the helpline, how to further ensure the sustainability of the helpline even after the COMIT project is completed, because the campaigns are still running, the posts will be still running, the network is building up. The network is building towards the ends of the project, and that's, I think, something that was discussed a lot in the meetings as well, that as soon as things are taking off, the project ends, and we didn't want to have the helpline which started getting calls quite late because of the whole promotional and getting to know people and building this trust between the professionals and the project and the beneficiaries. So what we did in CMOP, we decided to pair the COMIT helpline with another counseling platform that we have, which is called Live Without Bullying, and it's about counseling students, parents and teachers on cases of bullying, of school bullying. And we decided to train the counselors from that platform to be able to answer calls from the COMIT helpline as well. So we decided to have those two promoted together and have the counselors reference cases from one platform to the other. So for example, someone who is more comfortable with texting, because the other platform, Live Without Bullying, is through messages. So some people who are more comfortable with texting and messaging would contact us through the chatting platform, the messaging platform. But if there was a need for more conversation, more communication, more in-depth and longer counseling, then they would refer it to the COMIT helpline and have those two sort of complete each other and be promoted together, so we ensure the sustainability of the COMIT helpline. But apart from the opportunities, there were some challenges that we faced during the implementation period. And the first one that I already mentioned is that we started getting calls after the face-to-face meeting. So the online campaigns and the posts were very interesting to the media and the professionals, and they liked the connection and they liked the story and the big pictures, the big picture that this project had to offer about raising awareness and providing psychological support. But the beneficiaries were not, at least in our case, they were not quick to respond to this helpline. They were not quick to trust that the integrity and the reliability of the helpline, not until there was some face-to-face meetings, so in live conferences and workshops and trainings and actions in schools, awareness raising actions in schools, where they had the chance to meet the persons behind the line. So what we saw is that the anonymity and this safe space works better if it's one way. So the beneficiaries want to be kept anonymous, they want to be safe and secure and not be and have this safe space of talking, but they want to know who they talk to. So the counselors and the professionals need to have a face. They need to know who they are talking to. They need to meet the people behind the helpline and to be more inclined to talk to them. And that was the biggest issue that was overcome by the end of the campaign as people get to know more about the helpline and get to be more invested in it. We had some cases, we still have some cases, it's still ongoing. We have some meetings and some sessions scheduled. Other than that, I'm just gonna go through very fast. We had some things with legal issues because it's a psychological support line. People were kept asking about legal counseling because cases of extreme hate speech or radicalization might get involved the police or some, dangerous situations. So they asked a lot about legal counseling, which we were not we could not provide because we didn't have any legal counselors, we didn't have any lawyers. So I'm not going to go through, this is some cases, I just want to include it there. And I think, yeah, that was, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikos. We also have here in Palermo our support line available. In the desk there are some flyers, so if you think you need to talk to someone or want to advertise this service, you can take some of them. I just want to, we are closing the session. I just want to leave you with some opportunities still open until the end of the project. First of all, there is a contest, co-creation contest, still open. So we invite you, if you want, since you are students of communication, if you want, you can be part of the campaign yet. And there are some prizes also available. So you can go on our social media pages, Commit Italy, and find all the information for participating. There is still time until the 22nd of May, and we will have a final event, less formal than this. So we will meet for the awarding ceremony and a little aperitivo together. So you are all invited to come the 26th. And then the last one is our commit declaration, a final message that I will like to give you for leaving you with something to stay connected. Our students from the partner countries during the training, at the end of the training, were asked to leave us a kind of message, a kind of recommendation. We asked them, what do you learn that you would like to leave as a message, as an advice to your peers? And the different groups come out with different of these suggestions, these advice, and we created a kind of manifesto, our vision put together in one document. And it is online. In your bag you should find a sticker, little sticker with a QR code. So I invite you to scan the QR code and you will be redirected to our commit declaration, and with this final message that you would like you to share. And if you share this message, you can sign the declaration just as a symbol that you are part of the commit, that you want to commit yourself also, like us, in fighting against state in your daily life. There are some suggestions on how to do it in your daily life. And if you sign the declaration, you will be able also to log into a forum, a space within our website. There will be open also until also after the end of the project, and there will be space for get in touch with other students from other countries, other organizations, and maybe think of other projects, other opportunities. We will be publishing there other invitation for seminars, webinar, projects, and trainings. So there will be the space for staying connected also after the end of Commit. And that's all from our side. I thank you very much for staying here until the end, even if we are a bit late. Thank you from my side and all the partners, I think. And we will meet also in the afternoon for the workshop. And now I leave you free for the lunch in the buvette. See you later. Thank you very much.